He. Oh yeah, we will actually, won't we? Yeah. So for that, you'll just push.
All right, we're going to do run through in
Okay.
creative.
Hold on. We'll just hold on. Alrighty. We should be live. Hopefully everyone can hear. Welcome to the creative category, guys. We would like to thank the major sponsor for this category is Canon, and we have a sponsor video for them. We'll just play that through.
Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just watch.
So Canon are the major sponsor of the Iris Awards, and then for the creative category specifically, the sponsor is Nikon. Alrighty, so on the panel today, on the chair, we've got myself, Lydia Nimmo, and we have the lovely Bruce from Australia next to me. We'll bear with us. This is both our first time in these positions, so we will see how it goes. We're excited for today's creative category. The creative category welcomes images of any subject and photographic genre, including realistic, impressionistic, conceptual, pictorial, abstract, narrative, or illustrative works. This category encourages creativity, experimentation, and the communication of ideas, stories, or concepts through photography, allowing photographers to explore diverse techniques, the use of mixed media styles, symbolism, and artistic interpretations. All permitted in-camera and post-production techniques may be used in accordance with the global rules, and entries must maintain a strong photographic foundation. This category celebrates artistic expression and creative freedom within photographic practice, encouraging photographers to push the boundaries of visual storytelling and interpretation. Entries may use contemporary or historical techniques and mixed media, but the primary communication must remain photographic. Images should demonstrate a strong artistic vision and may evoke emotion, provoke thought, or convey a compelling narrative, concept, or idea that engages the viewer. Use of mixed media, non-digital, mixed media elements such as paint, ink, thread, wax, clay, wood, and found objects may be incorporated. The photographic elements must remain the dominant visual communication within the piece. This is a major editing category, which means all form of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI-generated elements are used. So we're going to play the run through now. If you push across, you can. Very inspiring, guys. So, do we have any other exclusions from any of the judges? Oh, thank you.
Any others?
I think we've just got the one.
Thank you.
Now, I will make a wee note here for the judges. In this category, there are a few images this year that you are invited to explore. So you can touch some of them, or there might be something to look out for that you need to engage with. So just keep an eye out for those. There are a couple that I have noted here too that I can specifically point out when it comes to it, but just be aware to look for those things too. Alrighty, on the panel to start, can we please have Jackie Rankin, Adam Hurrigan, Rebecca Kempton, Amber Griffin, and Craig Turner Bullock?
Hi. Oh, these are all green. Gosh, never. I'll just try.
Now, when the light is green, it means they are on.
They don't turn off like normal.
Doesn't look like it, so watch your language. They're on constantly by the sounds of it.
Oh no, they can press them
Oh,
to
you
turn
can
them
get
on.
it? Yeah, cool.
Alrighty, are we all ready to go?
Everybody happy down the line?
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. And you guys that are just down the far end, if you want to get our attention, just put your hand up. And just watch out for the corner of the TV when you're getting up and down behind you. Alrighty, let's begin. First print, please.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. We've gone through that with the summer thing.
Alrighty, we have an initial score of 78. That is a bronze award, but we have a challenge from Craig. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm on 83 for this one, and I just thought the gradient in the background was really stunning. That little floral piece is nice and crispy with lots of detail, despite its brightness, and the printing and the texture I think is really wonderful. So yeah, I'd love to see this in the 80s.
Right, Jackie, we have you down the lower end.
So yeah, I scored at 73. The reason being because I wasn't feeling a relationship with the subject to the background that you enjoy so much, which I appreciate. But the big negative space was kind of taking over the image. I wasn't feeling a synergy between the subject and the background. I felt that the grasses were ungrounded. They were just kind of floating.
And Adam, you're kind of in the middle there.
Yeah, I scored it as a 78, and I appreciated the gradient that you saw in it, Craig, and that's what attracted me to it initially. I too, like Jackie, found there's just a little bit of a disconnect, and some of the textures pulled me out of that fine detail that was a little bright at the top as well, and that's what just kept me out of silver, I think. But
Craig, you've got to write a reply.
Yeah, I guess what Jackie and Adam are saying are the things that I like about it. I like that we've got this kind of almost two-dimensional plane, and yeah, I think it's got some lovely gradient and colour through it. So every point counts. So let's see if we can get it a few more.
All right, judges, rescore, please.
Can't do that yet. Can't rescore yet.
Oh, we've got to push the button on the other side. On this side. Try now, sorry. We need the L plate.
Sorry, we're just waiting for the... Okay, yeah. Okay, so now we have a 79. So because that's on the cusp, we need to just decide whether it is a bronze or a silver, guys. Sorry, guys, just give us a sec. Okay, can you guys... It's working? Fab. And we have a bronze award at 79. Congratulations. Next print, please.
Guys, just be aware you need to put close to the microphone.
Accidentally sat in your seat.
Alrighty, we have an 85 and an automatic challenge from Jackie.
I scored this 93 into the gold range. I just thought all the thought that's gone into this is so deep and so connected. Right from that foreground rock that's darker, all the decisions that are made to the ones that are in the background. This is a made up landscape perhaps, but it's got geographic references with it, with the thread in the background that is like the contours of a landscape, and all the bits that are there. They're there all for us to enjoy, right down to the texture of the paper and the ripping and the presentation. I thought it was really above silver into the gold area.
All right, Rebecca, let's hear from you.
I scored this at 82 silver. I find it really visually interesting, but I felt a bit of a disconnect with some of the elements in the background and the protractor on the right, and I was just trying to find a message with that and wondering what that... I'm thinking surely it was put in there for a reason, so what is that and what's the connection there? I'd love to hear, I'm listening, I'm definitely happy to come up definitely into that distinction range if I, just a little bit more explanation, but beautiful work.
Alrighty, and Adam, yep.
Yeah, I appreciated the printmaking and the way it went through the whole image as that narrative, Jackie. I feel like it was leading me on that journey that was sort of intimated by what's going on, but it didn't resolve to anything or let me rest anywhere in the end. And maybe that's the philosophical thing, and I can come up from that. But I think for me to get up even higher, I'm looking for something that rewards me looking through the image and into it at the end of it.
Right, Jackie, write a reply.
Yes, I guess creativity is that's where it comes from the author here, and I think they've brought all their love of drawing and perhaps navigation. The 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 symbol on the right hand side reminds me of my father's flying through the air and navigating by instruments. And I guess maybe that's where we're all trying to find ourselves, coming back to that love of all the things that you want to put out in the world. And I think this, in that creative category, this has represented all that, and I connected with it in that way.
All right, judges, rescore, please. Yep, good chat. We've earned a couple more points. We have a silver distinction at 88. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Alrighty, we have a silver award at 80 and a challenge from Rebecca.
I actually scored this 88, a silver distinction. Initially, it just gave me a bit of a wow factor when it first came out, and when I got in, I was rewarded even more. It's just so delicate and beautifully handled, and there's this, for me, a bit of a story around life forming and that kind of dominant reds at the bottom, and then going up to those fresh, tiny little, life-forming buds. And I also see a seahorse in there with its little hook tail. The oval mat is just perfect, well chosen. I really think it's just an incredible form of communication. So that's where I'm.
Cool. And then let's just hear from Amber first. You're just down the other end.
Yeah, thanks, Bex. I was on 76 for this image, and I think I'm not getting a really creative vibe from it. I find the texture in the background quite heavy, and I feel like it fights with the delicate greens in the top up there. I just feel in the creative category, I just want something more than this.
Thank you. And Craig, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm at 78, and I was right with you, Bex, but when you actually look at the print and you look at the mat, the print should pop, and the colours and the textures in the print, but the texture on the mat just overwhelms the image itself. So I just think that a better choice could have been made with the presentation of this one.
And Bex.
I think I've got a bit of a hard job to do here. I hear what you're saying, Amber. Probably looking, in that creative category, like you said, a bit more. I think for me, it was probably the fact that it was less is more in this instance, and that really soft, simple. It's simple, and I think for me, the background, to your point, Craig, it is quite texture and heavy, but it feels like the subject's actually merging in with it in a way and becoming part of it. So I sort of saw that as a bit of a positive there. Look, yeah, I'm looking for a few more points, and I just think it's worth having another look at.
Please rescore. And we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Alrighty, we have an 86 silver distinction, and we have an automatic challenge from Craig. Take it away.
I've scored this 92. I think there is such powerful storytelling in this, and the photographer has created an image with great intention. There is nothing in this frame that doesn't belong. The pillar box presentation makes it look like we're looking in on this story into these people's world. The spotlight on the parents who are indistinct and frustrated with the child looking down and very sad and in the shadows in the left-hand side there. I think this is such a powerful story, and I think we should be rewarding it.
Thanks, Craig. Let's hear from Amber. You're down the lower end.
Yeah, I was on 78 for this image. I agree the storytelling aspect of this is strong. I really struggle with the light up the top there being on the edge of the frame and the tension compositionally that creates. And I was really questioning the paper choice because it's very difficult to see the details of this under the light. But I'm certainly listening, Craig, so please talk me up.
Jackie, we'll go to you. You're in the middle.
Yes, I enjoyed all the things that you said, Craig. I scored at 87. On my scrutinising coming up close, I looked for detail underneath the table and the legs of the people. It seems to be the darkest area just underneath there. Is there a reason for that? I can see detail in the girl's dress, and there's a lovely, the colour gradients are beautiful and the emotion is great. But there's just, tell me about that.
Yeah, Bex, you can have a quick word.
I scored this a 90 gold, and for me, I want you guys to have a really good look at the mother. I'm going to assume she's the mother. I believe it's an argument between mum and dad, and the dad's come home from work, and the mother is trying to, her look is to her daughter. You know, the husband's carrying on and what have you, but she is most worried about her daughter. So, and that is a real mother-daughter thing. and perhaps being a mother myself, I get that, that through this argument and this tension in the house, she is most worried about her daughter. You can see the candles being blown out, probably from all the breath and all the fighting that's going on with the mum and dad, or the dad having a go, whatever. I think some of the darkness, I think that adds to it. I mean, this is a story. This is not about where there's dark and where there's light potentially. I think it's just all about, that every day, go home, have dinner with the parents, there's tension in the house, there's stress, it's not an easy time, but, mum is looking out for her daughter. She's worried about her. And so I think it's absolutely deserving of a gold for that incredible storytelling.
Adam, did you have something new to add?
Just very quickly, I really appreciate that story. I too saw the mother and thought that was the strength of the image of it. Like Amber, I thought the light, and even the brightest part of the image is the father's hand, and that's where my eye really rests in the image. And I can be convinced that adds to the story, because I really want to look through into the girl. That's the part I'm interested in, but I keep getting pulled back to that centre because of that light placement there.
All right, Craig, write a reply.
Okay, so I think there's a lot to unpack with this. I think the tension is the point, the light at the top, the darkness, the choice of paper making it difficult to look at. I think that's the point. This is a difficult situation and a moment in this family that is difficult to look at. The father's hand being the point where we rest, again, I think that's intentional, because he's the head of the house. And we can't look at the girl because she's just fading away. She's not in this. And the mother's looking to her. And I think what you said, Bex, is really good. But the way I see it is that it's a chain of events where he's taking out on the mother, and the mother's then looking to the daughter and is going to, start having a go at her to take her frustrations out on the next person. The light fall off underneath the table. Well, given the presentation that we've got here with the darkness, we've got layers in that darkness fade off. We've got the table edge, the legs of the table underneath with that trellis work there, and then it fades into nothing. So for me, again, it's a very intentional decision by the photographer that doesn't feel like it's taking away from what we need to. I think the fact that we're not looking at her, at the girl, that we're looking at those points, I think that's the point, and I would hate for us to miss this. I think this is absolutely a gold image.
All right, let's rescore, please. Okay, and we have a silver distinction at 89, so we're going to have to rescore again. Decide whether this is a silver or a gold, guys. And we have a silver distinction at 89. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please.
We've got a different. Wait, and can we have a blank screen?
Sorry, guys, we just have a different image in front of us. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're just killing some time here, guys, while we figure out what is going on. We've just got the wrong image come up. If the judges could just sit back down, please. And let's have someone tell us about themselves. Rebecca, you looked at me. Go ahead. Blow your trumpet.
Hi guys, I'm Bex Kempton. I hold a Master of Photography distinction 3 bars, the NZIPP. I am a commercial and portrait photographer based in the lovely Greytown in the Wairarapa. It's amazing. And I also am a co-founder of the Greytown Art Gallery, so I have a fine art practice that is growing and loving being part of that world as well. Live at home on a rural property with, I don't know, some cats and 17 chickens. Actually, 17 chickens. And yeah, I just love being part of this world. It's one of my massive highlights of the year that I look forward to, rewarding people for being brave and putting their work up. I think it's epic and heartwarming, and it's like my family being here with the NZIPP crew. And yeah, so that's a bit about me.
Great, thanks, Bex. Craig's right next to you. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm Craig Turner-Bullock. I'm based here in Christchurch, and I've been a pet photographer for 25 years and doing a little bit of other photography a little bit before that as well. I also run Unleashed Education, which is an online and in-person education platform for pet photographers around the world, with my business partner Charlotte Reeves, who's also judging here. I'm a Grand Master of the NZIPP, and like Bex, I love this. This is my favourite part of the year, where we all get to come together, see each other, and admire some incredible and inspiring images.
Good. Who else have we got down there? Let's go down to Adam on the end.
Hi everybody, my name's Adam Horrigan. I'm a newbie here at NZIPP, but I've been a member of previously the AIPP for as long as I can remember. I've been a photographer for more than 30 years. I started in newspapers, did everything from print developing right back in the day, which makes me really old, I think. Right up to when I edited my newspaper. I won a Walkley Award for photography in 2014, and also ran a wedding and portrait business for a while there until I got sick of people that yelled at me. Now I like to yell at them. I work in corporate communications now as my main job, but also do corporate and community events is probably one of my specialties now. I really enjoy interacting with people and seeing how we can get the best, and passionate educator about how to get people to engage with photographers, even as non-photographers. I absolutely love judging, and it's fantastic to be over here with everybody. To see people in person is such a wonderful thing, and all these amazing photographers I see from all over the place. So I'm really happy to be here.
Alrighty. We might actually do a little judge change while we are floating around here too. Jackie, we're going to bring you off, and Catherine will bring you on. And Bex will bring you off and bring Mika on as well, please. And Amber, would you like to tell us about yourself?
Why, yes, I would. My name's Amber Griffin, and like Bex, I am from the beautiful Wairarapa in Wellington, and I only have 8 chickens, not 17. So I'm a Grandmaster of the NZIPP and a really firm believer in the awards process. Personally, I found entering these photography awards to be incredibly rewarding from an educational perspective. Funnily enough, I've just been clearing some spaces out in my home and found some of my very, very old prints from more than 10 years ago. And when I look at the progression of those prints versus sort of current day things that I've put out, I feel like entering these awards and learning from all of these other amazing people is just so rewarding. Especially, I feel like a lot of us have got very creative souls, especially in this category, and sometimes it's difficult to get all of that creativity out in your day-to-day client work. So it's just, really wonderful to be here and be immersed in this amazing adventure. Can't wait to see what else we've got to judge today.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we all have a little shudder when we look back at some of our early work. But yeah, the awards are definitely inspiring to come along to, aren't they? Catherine, let's get you to tell us about yourself while we're sorting this out.
Sure. I'm Catherine Fagerland, and I am a Grandmaster of the NZIPP with one bar, and I've won New Zealand Professional Photographer of the Year twice. I'm also a former president of the NZIPP. Creative category to me is such an exciting category to judge. I just think the diversity of the work, and it's stimulating, exciting, and fabulous to get up there and really engage with this work. Like Amber said, when you enter and when you look back and you see how you've grown, that is just such an exciting thing to watch your own progression. So just fabulous to be here.
Thanks, Catherine. Mika, let's go to you.
I'm Mika Boynton. I'm half of Alpine Light Gallery. The other half is Matt Palmer, who's also here judging. We're from Australia. We're in the foothills of the mountains in a very beautiful spot, and we both live, breathe, love photography. This is, I think, our 4th time judging NZIPP Iris Awards, and it is a highlight, absolutely. We don't get to see most of the people here except for at the Iris Awards, so coming and seeing all the hugs yesterday was just, oh my gosh, just you feel the love.
Oh, it won't let me do it. Yep.
No, that's fine. Don't worry about that. That was the one that came with what we were trying to judge.
Okay, alrighty. Sorry, we had the wrong image come up, guys. So we are going to move on to the next one. So next print, please. Alrighty. We have a 78, a bronze award. And Adam? Oh, Mika, you'd like to challenge? Yep, Mika is challenging it.
I scored this 82. I feel that the technique here has been beautifully utilised, but to me this is not actually about technique. It takes it further than that. It is a photograph that brings both energy and peace, and you can explore it ad infinitum. You can go around and discover more reflections and more mirroring, and the colours are really intricate. The detail is fantastic. And I just think it's a really beautiful and creative way of sharing the artist's energy and joy and excitement. And I get that from this photograph while it's still also conveying peace. And I think that's quite clever. So I've scored at 82 and I'd like to see it get a silver.
Craig, we have you down the lower end.
Yeah, I'm on 76, and I guess I see what you see as well, Mika. But for me, it feels predictable, and I'm looking for something that will take me higher. I mean, I love the shapes and the jewel-like quality that you've got in some of those highlights that makes it look a little three-dimensional. Yeah, I'm just looking for a little more maybe, so I'm listening. So.
Adam, we have you kind of in the middle there.
Yeah, I too thought the same thing as that. I went looking for things in the image when you look at the sort of the mirror and that being. I mean, you sort of say peace. I kind of felt that it confused me around the centre. I just couldn't quite rest. I really appreciated the pops of colour, and that's why I had it on the higher end of 78. But to go up into that silver range, I'm really looking for something that took me out of the sort of uniformity, I guess.
All right, Mika, write a reply.
So I guess I'm seeing things like a temple and the vegetation that grows on a temple, and a temple can be quite both religious and peaceful, but also a place of energy and growth. And the centre, I do feel that centre area is a good resting point that you come back to, and it calls you back. But there's so much to explore around it, and those little pops of colour are simply delightful. And I just feel like the artist, the photographer I don't think there needs to be a cookie. I feel like you just constantly explore and just enjoy it for what it is. And I love it for what it is. So I'm still strongly on silver, and I'd love to see it gain a few more points.
Alrighty, judges rescore, please. And great chat. We have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 75 with a challenge from Adam.
Yeah, I enjoy the sort of counterbalances in what's a very simple presentation here. From the back, it kind of looks like the water drop, and you get up there, and then you sort of see the scientific kind of nature, so it feels very cold and coming down. But I like the way the flower figures not only extend up into that perfect point of sharpness, which gives you that resolution, which I wasn't expecting looking through the glass, but also the way that's repeated up through the top, and the colour harmony in the back. It was a real warmth to something that's really cold. I was just rewarding the photographer for just creating that balance in a very, very simple presentation. Yet it has this sort of almost fight between the cold, the scientific and the natural, and gives us that real simple point of sharpness to focus on.
And Adam, just tell us your score just so the judges know.
Oh, sorry, I was on 82 low.
Alrighty, and Craig, we've got you down the lower end.
Yeah, I'm on 72, and I see and enjoy all those things. I like the colour palette. It kind of reminds me of rhubarb and custard kind of thing. I guess for me, the big letdown is on that yellow curve on the right. You've got a really strong line that separates the two colours. So either it's oversaturated or there's been some masking concerns going on there. So I think that the technicals are going to keep me out of awards range on this one.
All right, and Amber?
Yeah, sorry, Adam, but I'm more in line with Craig on this one. I really love the subject and all those beautiful intricacies that are in there, but it's really the whole background that is keeping this one out of awards range for me, and it's because of the choice in all of the corners, really. So there's a white highlight in the top left, and then a very dark spot in both of the bottom two corners, and they just keep drawing my eye away from that beautiful subject. If the gradients had been a little smoother and those contrasting elements had been made not so contrasty, then I think I could come into the awards range.
And we're just going to jump to Meek, who's got something new to add.
I also appreciated the boldness, and I loved the detail on those flowers in the centre. But the thing that really, in addition to the separation of colour, there is actually some banding on the print, horizontal lines, and that print quality has also impacted on my score. I scored it at 74.
Thanks, Adam. Write a reply there.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the comments. I too agree about the corners. That was what probably drew me away, but I was so drawn into that central figure and the narrative that I saw in there. I kind of maybe forgave some of the technical quotes to get it into a low silver. I think a few more points perhaps just for I think not, yes, it is probably overly bold, but it's still trying to show that very definite contrast between the scientific and the natural world, and so the warmth and the coldness of that. That's what I want to, maybe a few more points to reward for that.
Alrighty. Judges, rescore, please. Adam, we just need you to enter your score again. And we have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Some great feedback there. We're just going to have a quick judge change. We're going to bring Dedrick on for Adam and Richard on for Amber. Thank you. Alrighty, next print please. Alrighty, we have a 78 bronze award with a challenge from Craig.
Yeah, I've just popped this in at 81. I think the piece as a graphic is really lovely. The texture on the print, for those at home, we're instructed to touch this one, and there's a lovely texture on the print. The kind of glossy quality of it is really nice. And so I just put this in silver. I thought it was really nice and clever and a great graphic.
Alrighty, Catherine, you're down the other end.
Yeah, I was on 72. There is a graphic, the texture and the feel of it, which you can see the feel of this as well as touch it, and I think that is its positives. The visual impact of this, I find the text more dominant than the flowers. I feel that there's a softness through those flowers and there's a clumsiness in the text that it doesn't sort of pair together. I find the text is just more dominating, and I would love to see a little bit more of a rhythm with the floral placement. It doesn't quite feel random, but it doesn't quite feel by design. I think it's there's pieces of this to love, but the overall impact isn't quite there for me.
All right, Mika, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I was with Craig on 80. I scored a silver as well. I think that the childlike joy of this photograph really comes through, and the text to me is an invitation, and if it weren't so childlike and joyous, I wouldn't have touched the picture, because we're quite trained not to damage the prints in any way. And as soon as it came up, it did make me smile. I love the colour. I did enjoy the texture, and I was just smiling through the whole thing, and that's innovation for me. And for that, I scored it a silver.
Okay, I think, Mika, you've summed it up better than I could. Catherine, some of what you said is why I haven't gone higher. But yeah, let's see if we can get it into the silvers.
Right, rescore, please. And it remains at 78, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can I just have a blank screen for a moment, please? Craig, we're going to give you a break and bring on Roger. Next print, please. Alrighty, we have an 83, a silver award. And Roger, would you like to take that challenge?
I scored this because of the story, really. To me, it's a glimpse into the AI future. It's a sort of, I think it's all in the details. For me, you've got the robotic figure, but he's looking at the takeaways. There's bags of what looks like Uber Eats at the background. There's stacks of coffee and things. He's depressed. The robots are as depressed as we are. So I think it's just really clever. I think it's been well handled technically. I'm rewarding the story, and I'm rewarding the emotion as well. There's a degree of sadness and depression to that future, really. So I invite you to have a closer look and come up with me.
What was your score, Roger?
I scored 87, yeah.
Dedrick, we got you down the other end.
I scored this 80. I can see some depressing futuristic elements in this. I'm trying to understand it fully, which I'm struggling with. The printing feels a little bit flat, but then maybe that's in line with how the robot is feeling, a bit flat, having the bills to pay. I would love to see a little bit more contrast in there. Some of the colours aren't quite gelling for me either. I'm sitting at the fence on 80, and I'm looking forward to hearing some more opinions on this.
Catherine, we got you in the middle there.
Yeah, I was on 84 with this, so it's pretty close to distinction. The sort of idea and concept, I enjoy your take on it, Roger. I didn't get the depressing AI future. I love the details in the background. We can see the mail order kits, the sort of idea of getting lost in a kit set, or the instructions. There has a little bit of humour to it, a little bit of quirk, which I think is fabulous. Where I sat on 84, what sort of held me back was the brightness in those instructions. My eye is just so dominated into that cluster in the middle, and I would really like to sort of be pulled a little bit more to the left in this, rather than just pulled into the centre. I'm pretty close to distinction, so I'm just definitely interested in what you say from here.
All right, Roger, write a reply.
Look, this category is about ideas and provoking you and creativity, and so that, in my mind, there's an emphasis on that, and so I don't see any glaring technical issues. I take some of the point about the flatness, but I'm prepared to give the photographer the benefit of the doubt in terms of the emotion. You can spend so long, the stories everywhere in the picture. In terms of the brightness in the middle, you look at what those things are. It's a receipt. And judging by this person, their whole place is cluttered with stuff. There's probably a receipt for something they didn't need. And I think we can all identify with that. I just think this is a strong piece of storytelling in a category that's about storytelling. And I urge you to come into silver distinction, please.
All right, judges, rescore, please. And good chat. We have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Judges, you will note that this one here is one that you are invited to interact with. The skirts are interchangeable. everyone wants to have a play. Can we have an initial score, please, guys? All right, so we have a silver distinction at 85 with an automatic challenge from Roger.
Okay. I won't forget this image. I don't think you guys will either. I hate to say the word beautiful, but it's simple. It's got a clean palette and it's beautiful. I think the story is about changing costumes. The choice the photographer's made to make the human form as well as elegant, but sort of unidentifiable, is clever. But the icing on the cake is this interactivity. You know, I can see my kids coming and playing with this. This is what art's about. It's about drawing us in. It's about having fun. It's joyous. It's fun. We all stood there and smiled. And that in itself, I think, is something that should be rewarded. This is exceptional creativity. It's exceptional bravery by the photographer. Well done. Please, I think we're being a bit mean. Let's reward it for what it is and take a step back in terms of looking at this as a piece of art. I think this photographer has sort of broken through a new way of doing things, of looking at things, and that should be rewarded.
Roger, do you want to just say
I
your
scored
score?
91, sorry.
Thank you. Deirdre, we've got you down the other end.
Yeah, I scored the 77, and I find the dresses a little bit distracting, actually. I prefer the image by itself. I understand it's all about being interchangeable and being able to dress how you like and express yourself. But to me, it's just not quite getting there. I'm sorry.
Mika, let's go to you in the middle.
I scored at 84, and I do believe I will be coming up into the silver distinction range. I actually missed the story because of how enjoyable it was to change the skirts, and that was really fun, and I kind of had more fun than what I would expect that the story that you spoke of implied. And so there's a bit of a mismatch there with the beauty and elegance and the childlike skirts. I did smile at this, and I do think it's innovative, so I will definitely be coming up, but there is that mismatch for me.
And Catherine, you've got something else to add?
Yeah, I was on 83, and I do delight in the playful quality in this. The pieces that held me back and will hold me from going higher with this are there's a beautiful cohesion to the current paper that's on there, and when you change the skirts into the different palettes, you're losing that gentle quality of the overall impact. And those skirts, the interactive pieces, they're very dominating. The size is dominating to the delicate nature of the figure in there. So they sort of swamp her. And the other thing that, it's still a beautiful piece, but when we're talking at the attention to detail, there's a beautiful warmth and creaminess in that paper, and then the matte choice with that is quite cold in comparison. So just in terms of the overall finish of this, it's not quite there to bring it up into that really high level, however it's still a fabulous piece.
Roger, write a reply.
Well, I'll try to make a few notes. Bruce, you... Deirdre, you struggled with the mismatch, if you like. Look, I think you've got to take a step back and see this as a global piece in the landscape of whole pieces that will come across us. And I think it's it's so brave. It's this interactivity. We want to draw people into our art, and by being able to do this, it's doing that. I've never seen a piece that's done it. And I do think the story is about, you know, I don't know if you've seen that Netflix movie with all the clothes that are made every day that are just swamping us. So there is more than just a fun piece there. There's a bit of a message, really. We can just stand here and just change it just like that. Just like we can go online and buy another pair of trousers. So I hope that deals with that side of it. Catherine, I take some of your things, but I think if we're picking on the choice of Matt in something, I guess I urge us all to be a bit kinder, and we all stood there and we had fun just changing it. It was the emotive response was bang out of the gate. You questioned the pieces, the skirts that you change. I think they are subtle and delicate. I don't quite know what patterns that the photographer could have chosen to have done that. I actually look at those things and as pieces in themselves, they're so intricate, delicate. To have produced that as a photograph, I sort of look at that and wonder how the photographer's done that. However they've done that, that's a whole process in itself. I think there's so much behind the scenes, there's so much creativity, that this to me is an obvious gold, and I plead with you all just to find a few extra points to reward this brave photographer. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Roger. Let's rescore. And we have silver distinction at 87. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. All right, we have 73, a silver award, and we have a challenge from Mika.
I scored this 86. I'm on a silver with distinction. I am someone who loved illustrations when I was a child, and some of my favourite illustrations were books where there were elements that overlapped the border. And I've seen that a lot in illustration, but I haven't seen it in photography. I think it's very, very clever. It really borders the whole illustration/photography divide. I'm struggling to see this as a photograph. I think this is very, very clever. I love how the photographer has made the vignette of the circle that the animals sit within, because it really, rather than making the mat the frame has been created by the photographer, and then that wonderful and very odd tail, which has a shadow sitting over the edge. There's just a lot of artistry in this photograph. The technical proficiency is there for the actual photography, but I just think it's a lot more creative than just a standard photograph. So yeah, I scored this 86, a silver with distinction, and I'd love to hear what is preventing others from doing the same.
Thanks, Mika. Let's hear from Catherine.
I was on 78 with this. I've thoroughly got a lot from your explanation of this with the layers and the illustration nature of this. The sort of the dual tail is definitely a strength. I think also that that expression of that central monkey is quite, the intensity is quite hypnotic. So I'm probably talking myself up a wee bit into silver, maybe not too silver with distinction. That hard line that runs underneath them, I do find that fights the softness of that vignette that's in the background. But I do agree with you, Mika, the actual technical proficiency of this and the handling of the black and white in this is beautifully done. So probably deserving higher than my initial score of 78.
All right, Richard, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm just sort of quietly sitting here in the middle as well and listening to everything that's going on. I scored it at 84 in the silver range, and I don't think I have any more to add.
Write a reply, Mika? Oh, Roger,
Quick
have you got something new to
question.
add?
I wanted to understand the choice of the circle with the chopped off horizontal line with the tail, really. I think what was holding me back there, I wondered whether it was more done for technique rather than adding to the story. So could you explain that side to me?
All right, Mika?
So I think that is the joyous and innovative part of this photograph, is that it's created a border, an illustration, and it's done that very intentionally and very clearly with that straight line, and then the circle that surrounds the characters, which, you know, that's we're all very proficient photographers here to create that very subtle vignette that makes that circle look so perfect, and that hard line that makes it look like a very clear edge of a page, where the border is, and the way that the photographer has dangled that tail and given it a shadow, and it really emphasised that incredible glare that you've or that intense look that you've highlighted, Catherine. I think this is innovation, and I think this is really impactful, and I do think it is worthy of a silver with distinction. And if you can't come to silver with distinction, then definitely find some more points, because I think this is really clever and creative.
Thanks, Mika. Let's rescore, please. And we have a silver award at 84. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a wee judge change. Can we please bring Jackie back on for Mika and Steve on for Richard? All right, next print, please. right, we have a silver award at 80 and a challenge from Steve.
Thank you. Yes, I scored this 87. I find the attention to detail really compelling. Every hair follicle and spine on the legs of this animal is captured really well. I love the use of the white to set it in place, and the containing frame around it is almost becomes transparent. So it's almost like the creature could crawl out of the frame and come and interact with us, which we probably wouldn't necessarily want. I think the palette across the whole image is just really captivating. I love the use of the ancient style font like a botanist would use. I thought it was really well handled. I like the glossy print finish. It just makes it feel like it's behind glass in a specimen jar. Yeah.
All right, Jackie, you're down the other end.
Yeah, I've listened to all that and taken on board. I scored at 73, partly because of you mentioned detail, but I went in and I found the contrast so bright with the whites that I couldn't really get into seeing the detail on the back of this beetle. My eye, yes, was going to all that fine detail of the legs. Maybe it's about the legs, and then I was going, what does the circle mean? And I'm understanding the luminosity that's coming from that light, and I'm taking it all on board and slowly bringing my score up, but I need to hear more.
Yep, Roger?
Just a quick comment. I looked, it reminded me of Close Encounters of the Third Kind with the sort of bright light behind. Can you all hear me? And then I stopped and looked at it. I'm not quite sure what this insect is. It is a cockroach, or it doesn't really matter. It's an insect, and it's almost as a single insect, just as a subject matter in itself is brave. And then I put that with the bright light and kind of thought, well, are they trying to, is this sort of, the insects are going to take over sort of thing? Is this a bit of, is that the story? Is that why they've taken that? And I went with that idea and rewarded it, I guess. I don't know what the rest of you think in terms of what the photographer's trying to tell us with this image.
All right, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. The more I look at it, I do see it as an alien. He's standing on his haunches looking at us and challenging us, and barely contained. I think the bright contrast can be explained, Jackie, by it being under a microscope and being backlit. And I think the frame just says that, yeah, we've almost got this thing under control, but I sort of feel like he's either walking out from the light towards us from a spaceship, or he is, barely staying on the slide under the microscope. I find it's really compelling. I see the detail. I'm not sure why we don't see the same thing, but when I look at the back and the spine, the hairs on the back of its neck are all there for me. So there's plenty of detail to compel me that it's well captured and managed. So I've said 87. I think it's worthy of a silver distinction.
Alrighty, judges, rescore, please. And we have a 82 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Alrighty, we have a 76, a bronze award, and a challenge from Roger.
I scored this an 80. The reason for that was there's a gentleness to it, there's a texture to it, there's a subtleness of colour. I didn't go higher, I guess, because I felt that my eyes were drawn to the corners, but nevertheless it's a sort of a symphony, if you like, of colour, texture, and tone. And so that's why I went for it. I thought it was worthy of a silver award.
Thanks, Roger. Let's go to Catherine.
Yeah, I was on 72 with this, and this, it feels like there is no resting place, and I don't necessarily think there always has to be one, but I am, that softness that you are referring to, Roger, I am seeing that softness through the bottom, but like you, my eye goes to that right left corner and also the other sort of peachy patch at the top, and there's an erraticness to that, which is fighting that soft overall feel in this. I do think that the paper choice in this is beautifully paired with the content, but I'm really looking for a little bit more with the overall sort of composition and feel to bring it together.
Okay, and let's just jump to Steve.
No, I've nothing more to add. I scored 77. I just loved the what Roger saw in the image I saw. Enjoyed.
Okay, Roger, write a reply.
Look, I'd have gone higher if all the things that Catherine had mentioned were there. This is a piece of abstract art, I guess. It's sort of crafted beautifully. The brush strokes, for want of a better phrase, they're just right. There's a sort of dancing rhythm to it. Actually, when you get in and look closer, the dominant colour is blue, and that sort of bounces around, admittedly less so, but it's sort of diminishing amounts of blue to the edges, so there is a sort of integration there. But yes, the whole point, I think, is for your eye just to never rest and continually explore the subtleties of just colour and tone. Look, I'm not arguing for a gold or a silver distinction, but I think it's better than a bronze, and so I urge you to sort of find a few more points, please.
All right, judges, rescore, please. And we have a solid silver at 77, bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a quick judge change. Amber will bring you back on for Dedrick, and Rebecca will bring you back on for Catherine. Thank you. And judges, we just need to, we're running a bit behind. So just to keep things moving, when we have an elective challenge, if you want to take that challenge, just raise your hand or get eye contact with one of us over at the panel, please. Alrighty, next print, please. Alrighty. We have an initial score of 88, a silver distinction, and automatic challenge from Bex.
I scored this a 95, silver gold distinction. This has really high emotional impact for me and makes me feel really emotional. The words I've written down are pain, suffering, worn. I feel that this is a body of someone that has been through a lot. It is not a young body. And the immense pain that this woman has suffered and is suffering for, I'm not sure what reason, it doesn't matter. But also the lilies. There's a death reference there, I think. For me, that's how it feels. That she is covering a part of her. Perhaps there was a baby. I'm not sure. But for me, it's really emotional and it makes me quite upset. And I think it's a superior piece of communication that needs to be absolutely rewarded. It's in a round circle. It's oval. Perhaps it's an egg. Perhaps it was an egg that was lost. I'd love to hear what everyone else has got to say.
We'll come back to you, Roger. We're just going to jump down to Steve. You are down the lower end.
Yes, I scored this 78. I found it confronting. I wasn't sure exactly how to judge it, to be honest. So I am listening. I did, I can see the pain. I can see the suffering. I wasn't sure if it was a cesarean. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure of the significance of the flowers. I felt that the top arm sort of being truncated sort of distracted me. So I tried to stand back and just look at it as a photo and judge it as I would a photo and try and remove the emotional element for myself. But I do want narrative. I love narrative and I want to hear more.
Right, Roger.
So as well as being a photographer, I'm an anaesthetist, so hopefully I've got a bit of an advantage here. That's a cesarean scar unless proven otherwise, I would have thought. I sort of thought to myself, what's going on here? Is this someone who's got cancer or is this someone who's lost something? And I think it's the second one. Because if it's a cancer surgery, it's probably going to be laparoscopic or it's going to be a midline incision. So it's a Caesar incision. It's a pretty big Caesar incision. And I may be wrong, but black lilies, aren't they a sign of death? And where they're placed is by the birth canal. So I'm guessing that woman's lost a baby. It doesn't come much raw than that. And the photographers presented that in a way that's made us think and work that out for ourselves. And once we go along that journey, we realise that it's quite hard to hold back the tears, isn't it? So that's what we do, isn't it, as photographers? We present this stuff. And so if that's not a gold award, I don't know. So yeah, it's got to be a gold. I'll stop. That's enough said.
Yep, Amber.
Just because we're talking about a gold, I just want to talk about a couple of little things. I was on 88, and the things that initially kept me out of gold were there's just some kind of weird colours going on in the background on that right-hand side there, Bex, with the dark spot up there. I can find a reason for the darkness up the top there. But you're on a 95, and I just think that we need to have a talk about this. I'll definitely be coming up to gold for this. I'm just not sure how high. So if you could address those for me, that would really help.
All right, Bex, back to you when you're ready.
Okay, so just to Steve, to your point, talking about the arm across the body at the top. So this woman is holding her womb and her body, and as part of helping with calming your nervous system, that feeling and putting your arm across yourself like you're having a hug from behind actually is a calming thing that you can do. And so that is what she is doing. She is holding herself after a severe, thank you Roger for your incredible knowledge around her surgery. And so it is a comfort. That's what that arm is. I think that dark spot up in the top right, Amber, sorry, I really just completely missed it. There is a darkness to this, and that darkness carries on up through her body, into her mind and into her soul and everything that she is, and perhaps that darkness that is mirroring where the lilies, the death lilies are. There's that sort of combination going on there. One other thing I'd like to bring up, which is the stitches and the lily and the colour palette in the background all are matching. And so it's been very well thought out, like how the colour palette has been presented to us and where the shadows lie. So I think it's all been very well constructed, as well as being extremely powerful. And when I have an emotional response to something like this, it kind of takes my breath away, and I think that that's super, super strong to think about what this woman has been through and is going to continue to go through, the trauma in her life, and I think this has been presented to us in that, an incredible way. So I can't actually go higher than 95, and I probably should have been a lot braver. But so everyone else can do that for me, but yeah.
Thanks, Bex. Rescore, please. Great chat, guys. We have a 92, a gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Blank screen just for a moment. Let's have a judge swap. Roger, thank you very much. We'll bring you off and bring Adam back on, please. And next print, please.
Next print, please.
Oh. Alrighty, we have a gold award at 91 and an automatic challenge from Steve.
I scored this 96. From a distance, it was striking. When you get close to it, it's completely mesmerising. The subject is created from origami, and I have no idea how the photographer's done this, but every piece of detail in that has been carefully manicured and placed. Its dimensionality with the fan around it brings the subject to the foreground in a way which just you can't escape. I love the way that there are strong diagonals through the subject which bisects it in the way that the origami folds happen, the cranes disappear off into the background as her thoughts go into the world. Really, and her impassiveness is just perfectly of the geisha. I think exceptional craftsmanship and should be a gold distinction.
Alrighty, Bex, let's go to you at the other end.
I actually scored this an 88 silver distinction. I will be coming up to gold. I've had a bit more time to sit with it, and yeah, all of the things that Steve said. So yeah, thank you. I was just missing a few points in there, so I'll be coming up to 92 gold.
Yeah, Adam, you want to add something?
And I too was on 88, and I felt like I recognised the craft that was in here, and I think what I was looking for was the emotional response that it got. But having sat with it a little bit more as well, I think even if we talk about the stereotype of the geisha, kind of what that is, and almost feel like it's the birds rebuilding her, like it's piecing her together and giving her pieces of a personality, and that's the story I think I missed the first time I went up there, and the more I look at it. 95, it really needs to evoke that emotional response back in me. I'm definitely coming up to gold, but I'm listening. I'm really in support of it.
All right, Steve, write a reply.
I can't fault this. I think either the origami cranes are coming back into her and making her complete, or she is dissolving into the world. Either way, for me, the storytelling is beautiful. The choice of fabrics right throughout, a delicate, unique, her hand, the details in her hand, the folds in her hands. I can't imagine this being better. So yeah, please, we're in gold. Please consider coming right up with me.
Right, rescore everybody, please. And we have a 94 gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And we have a silver award at 81. And, yep, Amber's going to challenge that one.
Okay. Wow. We're in the creative category here, guys, and this is just oozing creativity. I am on 88, a high silver distinction. This image is addressing all of our senses. I think that it's so innovative, and let's talk about it.
All right, Adam.
Yeah, I agree. The creative aspect is what drew me to it, and I look at it as I sort of come around the image. Yes, you can breathe it in. Yes, you can touch the image. Yes, you can feel it. I get all those tactile, but when I get to savour it, and as a visual image, I find whether it's the paper choice or the metallic nature of what's being presented that gives us that feel, blocks me from actually visually looking into the image, because I'm kind of a bit, under the lights especially, it kind of, I find it very hard to rest in there. So I'm rewarded in in every sense except the visual sense, which I think in the photo competition still has to come back to where it rested. But I scored it as an 80 as a low silver because I was rewarding the other three elements of that.
And Bex, you're pretty close, but in the middle.
I'm an 82 silver. I don't have anything more to add. Similar to Adam, all of those things, but just nowhere to rest. So, yeah.
Right, Amber?
Okay. I mean, I feel like visually, it's actually, compositionally, it's very well balanced with the flat lay overhead of all of those flowers. If you look at the way that the colours have been arranged and the compositional balance of the whole piece, excluding the text, I think that's actually done really well. I really enjoy the texture that's in there. For me, it makes the image borderline, it blurs the lines between a photograph and a painting, and I think that the artist has really incorporated that texture quite beautifully. I do agree with you about the difficulty with viewing it, with this sort of shininess of it. That's sort of been a little bit of a thing with paper choice and the way that these lights are. But I think that in a creative category, this is extremely creative, guys, and I think we should really be rewarding it. I'm on 88. Let's give it some more points.
Thanks, Amber. Let's rescore, please. And we have Silver Award 83. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And judges, can we just have you guys leaning into the mics a bit more just with the rain that's coming down? Thank you. All right, we have a silver award at 81. Congratulations to the photographer. Would someone like to just speak to the image? Adam?
Yeah, I really appreciated the kind of motif of the lines, whether it's just water, then the concrete, so and something busting through the concrete, and so like it reminded me of water. I think what's stopping it perhaps for me for taking it up even higher is just a stronger narrative point that extends past that initial visual impact. But there's lovely textures and colour within there.
Great, thank you. Next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have maybe Jackie, you want to? Yep, you can make the comment. Yep.
Yes, that lovely sense of flight in here. Well done with your bronze. But I think to go up into a next level would have been to have brought up the background, made it a bit more high key and bring up that emotion through your exposure with still retaining detail in your highlights. I think it could go better.
Thanks, Jackie. We're just going to have a quick judge change. So blank screen, please. Craig will bring you back on for Jackie, and Richard will bring you on for Steve. Thank you. And next print, please. All right, so we have an initial score of 86, which is silver distinction, and an automatic challenge from Adam.
It's awkward when you get up there and look at it because you're not quite sure where. It's a little bit off-putting, and the initial visual construction of that gives you that awkwardness. And even the expression, it's half up, half down. I think that's kind of the whole point here, is that every time I look for a different piece, I'm kind of seeing behind the layers, and I see the scratches or I see the bruises, and I see the thing, and it gives me an emotion that there's a strength here, but it's being fought. Every part of it's being sort of torn away or ripped away. Yet we're trying to put the building blocks back together. So there's a lot of sort of visual metaphors going on here. But for me, the strength is just in the contrast, even between her eyes, the very strong contrast, and even the strong catchlight in the eyes compared to the dullness on the left-hand side. And it's I feel like it's the story of her fighting to keep up the appearances, to put the blocks back together in a very simple square presentation. I'd love to have a real good talk about it.
Amber, we've got you on the lower end.
On the lower end at 82. Thanks, Adam. I really appreciate this piece. I maybe think it's a cyanotype, possibly. I think I initially really wanted to go higher with this, and the reason that I didn't was, to me, this it's sort of like an attempt at cubism almost, but I feel like the artist they've really reconstructed the face to be, with all of the elements to be in the places where they ought to be, except it feels to me like those eyes are actually really not quite in alignment. The eye on our right-hand side looks just like a little bit too high, and I find that really distracting. But I'm definitely listening, and there is a lot that I like about this. Just also from a presentation perspective, there's quite a few little imperfections in the way that it has been, the craftsmanship of the way that it's been put together, and I did also struggle with those a little.
Craig, we've got you in the middle.
Yeah, and I have scored 86, and I'll definitely come up. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to land yet. But for me, this is a story of domestic violence, and this person has had their life literally torn apart, and putting back together the pieces again. And just to address one of your concerns, Amber, the eyes, I think that's perfectly normal because she has a black eye. So it's not going to be the same shape as her eye would regularly be. So I think the story here is really powerful and the presentation is really nicely done. So I'm definitely in support of this.
All right, Adam, back to you.
Yeah, thanks for the comments. And Amber, I too agree that initially, that's why I said the awkwardness in the eye is what drew me from back here. But I kind of feel like when when you're trying to make the brave face and you almost overdo things, you kind of, everything comes up and it comes out and around and we're really overdoing it. I think the cubism thing's a really good reference. But when we sort of see that cubism, sometimes we really go out of our way to make the difference, to make it awkward and make it out. And yet everything fits back here. And I think that's the pieces of the puzzle. She's trying to make everything fit. It's all perfect appearances to the outside world. It's falling apart on the edges. There's bruises that we're trying to hide. It's a really simple presentation, yet it's awkward. And the more you look at it and the stare into that eye on the right-hand side, there's that intensity that kind of, it gives a strength that there's hopelessness behind this. And I think it's really powerful. And yes, the cyanotype again, even reinforce that. I think it's worth rewarding that strength and that narrative in that story.
Yeah, great discussion, guys. Let's rescore, please. Yeah, great chat. We have a gold award at 90. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 79. Do you want to?
Yeah,
Yep. And
I'll
Amber is going to
this.
challenge that.
Sure. I think this is a really, really beautiful piece. To me, I can't help but sort of personify those tulips. They really look like a couple kind of in love. And I gave this a solid silver, and that's where I think it sits.
Sorry, what was your score, Amber?
83.
And let's go to Bex. You're down the other end.
Yeah, I scored the 75 bronze. It is beautiful. You're right, Amber. It's a beautiful piece. I just didn't have that emotional feeling around it. I see where you're going with the couple there intertwined. It just feels. Yeah, I just want to see more. I just want to hear more about the narrative, and I also feel it's a little bit flat as well. Like it's just, yeah. So.
Yep, Adam, you'd like to say something?
Really quickly, I appreciated that kind of intertwinedness. That's what I enjoyed and explored at 77. I feel like technically the really strong uniformity of the vignette and just felt like the brightness, and so there's so much detail right through it, except in those stems leading up to the top there, kind of just drew me away from that nice story. That's what I kept there, but I'm definitely listening because I enjoyed the interactivity of it, like the togetherness.
Okay, Amber, back to you.
I actually think that the brightness of the subject there is quite appropriate. Bex, if you just look at them, it's almost like the petals are sort of arms. Sorry, not the petals. The leaves. The leaves are sort of arms, and they're just sort of dancing around each other and gently kind of holding each other. And initially, when I looked at it, I thought, oh, maybe it would have been stronger if one of the tulip heads had been higher than the other compositionally. But then when I look at it, I really enjoy the fact that they're both on par. It looks to me like a couple who have just got a really equal and balanced relationship. And that strong vignette Yeah, I know what you mean, Adam. Like, that normally would be a little bit too strong for me, but I think that it actually works really nicely as a border to the art piece like this, especially with all the white space around it. I think this is really successful. I think it's beautifully crafted. I'm on 83. I'm only asking for a silver. Come on.
Alrighty, let's rescore, please. And well done, Amber. We have taken it up to a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And we have a silver award at 82. Congratulations to the photographer. And we'll have a comment from Adam. Yep.
Yeah, there's a real intricateness to the way the matte presentation here that's actually a really textural feel, and there's been a lot of work done to that. I think what I scored at 81 as a low silver. I think what stopped me from going even higher was just to connect the two elements. It's not quite as clear into the landscape, which looks quite nice. Almost looks like a colour pinhole kind of presentation. But just the way that they connect and a stronger narrative between the two, because there's some lovely detail in the actual matte work here.
Thank you. That's some good feedback for the photographer. Next print, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 78. And Amber is going to challenge that.
No, that's me.
Amber? Yep.
Okay. I think that this is a really interesting play on symmetry, and I love the black and white presentation, and I'm interested to see what you guys saw in it. My score was 82.
All right. Bex, you are down the other end.
Yeah, I scored this 75 bronze. I think it is interesting, but for me, I was, with these symmetrical abstracts where something has been mirrored, I'm looking for perhaps something that is not in there, just like a little cookie, like a little something to let my eye rest. I think the paper choice as well, being quite glossy, takes away from the image because it's so intricate and delicate, and I would have liked to have sort of been able to enjoy that part of it, but the gloss just sort of really washes it a little bit. So yeah, I am listening, but yeah.
Adam?
Yeah, I went looking for those little things too because I think that's important. And if you look in the very centre of each one, it's almost like a clock face that they're being turned. That's why it reminded me of like the little insides of a clock that you wind up, and it's just being wound up a little tiny bit every time. And that's what I rewarded it into low silver for. So get in there and have a little close look because there is a little bit of reward there for you.
And Amber, back to you.
Thanks, Adam. So you were in the low silvers as well. Yeah, I do feel like this sits in the silver category. There is a lot going on in there, but from a distance, it's very visually pleasing and beautifully put together. The symmetry in it is really, really good. But there are a lot of little rewards when we go in there and have a look at those details. So I hope that you found some of those in there, Bex. They're definitely there. Bring it up to silver.
Rescore, please. And well done. We have a silver at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a wee judge change. Amber and Bex will bring you guys off and bring back on Dederick and Mika, please. And next print, please. And we have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations to the photographer. Richard, would you... Oh, actually, no. Let's get... Oh, Adam? Or Craig? Yep, sorry, Craig. We won't let you talk much.
Yeah, there's a lot of narrative here. I love the story being told of all the to-do lists and that little... Easter egg in the bottom right that I think is distorted, and I think it might say "What about me?" at the bottom there. It's really nice. To bring it higher, I'm really confused by the scribbly thing in the middle. Some resolution around why that's there maybe for me would have made me take it into gold.
Thank you very much. Blank screen. Oh, are we changing it or no? No. Yeah, next print, please. Next print, please. And we have a score of 73. And Mika, you'd like to speak to this one?
I think the photographer is giving us a portrait of a town, and I really enjoy that they have chosen the same lighting for all the different photographs, and there's quite a cohesiveness to it. In terms of improving, I feel like the story is not as evident as it could be. I feel like when you do a composite of multiple photographs, they should build on each other and not just complement each other. And that's what I was looking for, to take the print to a higher scoring range.
Thanks, Mika. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to switch out Adam and Richard and bring on Catherine and Roger, please. Next print, please. And we have a score of 73. Roger, would you like to speak to this one?
I scored this 78. I rewarded it for its visual impact, I guess. I didn't go higher because I guess I assume it's a yam. I didn't really understand the whole image. I don't know what, and so that's what held it back for me, really. So a combination of rewarding graphic impact, good contrast, use of the frame, but holding it back just for not quite understanding what the story was.
Thanks, Roger. Next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 77. Congratulations to the photographer. Oh, yeah. Roger, are you challenging or comment?
I'll challenge you.
Yep.
I think a discussion would be quite useful here. I'm rewarded this 84. What drew me up there, I think, was the words "I am worthy" and "see my world." And I wondered whether I had a sort of conversation with myself. Have I seen their world? And I decided, on balance, I have. Just, and why did I say that? The intricacy of just that small little leaf that's sort of, or whatever they're standing on. It's just a tiny detail that we wouldn't normally notice, and this is maybe a bug that we just stand on in normal times. And so the photographer has caused me to pause and think about that action, and to see their world, and we should see each other's world and look closer. And I did spend time with this image. I think technically it does what it needs to do. The negative space is strong, doesn't distract. It sort of holds your eye into those beautiful details of that insect that pops up. So I scored at 84. I think it's worthy of a silver, and I'd just be interested in what the conversation is.
Yeah, we'll go to Mika next.
I scored this 75 bronze award, and I kind of felt like the photographer was telling me what to look at in a way that I felt was distracting. I really, really appreciated the texture, and I love the lighting, and I would have seen the insect's world probably more clearly were it not for the text. I found the text drew me out of the image, and I also, I felt like I was being told to see it a certain way, whereas I feel like there's enough in that photograph to speak more loudly without the text. So that was what really held me back. I do think the texture is fantastic, and the lighting really emphasises that wonderful detail and texture, but I do feel like there's a conflict there, and it leaves it unresolved.
And Craig?
Yeah, just really quickly, I'm with Mika for the reasons that I'm on 77. Just for some context, this is an orb web spider, and that's its web. And then normally it's an orb spider, and that's its web, and they're normally this way up high in trees. I think the presentation of it's really interesting in this direction, but I'm at 77 for the text as well.
Roger, back to you.
Look, the natural world's under threat. It needs to shout in our faces for help. And so the photographer's made that choice, and I think my role is to celebrate that choice and to give them the benefit of the doubt on the choice. It certainly stopped and made me think. The words they've chosen, particularly I am worthy, see my world, they're all drawing you into seeing it from a different perspective. So I urge you just to reconsider and find a few points. Thanks.
Alrighty, let's rescore, please. And we have a bronze award at 78. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Okay, we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Catherine, would you like to speak to this one?
Sure. This photograph to me is quite simple, but it's got a boldness to it as well. The choice of this feather, which feels like a feather in the wind, and the choice that it has a lot of it's not complete. And then it's also sort of reminiscent of like a fish spine through the centre. There's beautiful detail throughout, and the sense of movement is really successful. The only sort of critique that I would say to bring it better is at the base there's quite a white patch. I do feel that if this had been toned down ever so slightly, that would be lovely and just hold us into that detail through the spine of it.
Thank you, Catherine. Blank screen, please. Craig, we're going to give you a little break and bring Steve back on, please. And next print, please. All right, we have a gold award at 91, and Steve is going to challenge that.
Very happy to take the challenge on for this. I've scored this 95, gold distinction. I think it's an amazing piece of pop art. I would love to have this on a wall. Huge. I would get lost in it every day talking to these characters, and I don't think I would ever exhaust the conversations. The way that the artist has, embedded the dramatic motif in the background using their faces is just exquisite. It's taken so much effort, attention to detail, and there's too much detail to take in this session. I will be looking at this for years to come. Hundreds of hours of work, and superbly managed, and beautiful reproduction. I think we've already all just in the gold area. I think we need to recognise this, the effort and the craftsmanship with a gold distinction.
All right, we will get to you, Roger. We're just going to go to Derek because you're down the other end.
Yeah, I scored this 82. I enjoy the complicated nature and the construction and the thought and energy that's gone into this. but I'm missing the point here, I think, which somebody's going to explain to me shortly, is the happy face, the smiley face. It's lost on me, so I'm looking forward to hearing more.
Okay, Mika, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, I scored this 92, and I'm going to come up. So apart from the incredible number of hours of all of those portraits that are all in and of themselves quite fascinating, I think the thing, and the happy face, sad face is drama, like it represents the dramatic arts. I think there's more to it than that, but I know that at least is the basic. And it's kind of portraying the whole of humanity. So there's children in there, there's adults in there, there's actually a chicken and a dog. So like there's a whole of life portrayed here. I think it's very clever to print edge to edge the way it has been. That's very challenging in and of itself to be able to print right to the edges like that and fill the whole frame. And the happy sad faces have actually been created with the spaces between. So I think it is in the spaces between that you create that narrative and that story about the whole of humanity and the whole of life and all of our experiences. And there is, I'll just mention, there's a bit of repetition there, and I quite enjoyed that because I can see the different expressions of individuals. So it's not just about the whole of humanity, but it's about each individual of us being happy and sad and excited and all of the emotions. So I think it's superbly constructed, and the hours and hours of work that have gone into this. I just think, the more I'm seeing, the more I'm enjoying, and I'm so glad you challenged it, Steve.
Yep, Catherine, you'd like to add to that?
I was on 92. I will be coming up to gold with distinction, and I'm really glad that we can talk about this a bit more. I appreciate your take on this, Mika. To me, I see the theatre of life, and in the centre of that, it's a bit of a clown show, which is why those clowns are placed right in the centre of each of those faces. It is a symphony. It is highly creative in this category and perfectly executed. When you get into, I haven't found a face that disappoints me. And I think that's the strength. There's hundreds of faces, and every single one of them is, as Steve said, you want to see it bigger, but the fact that it makes you get in there and study it, and you can still get that overall impact, I think it's richly rewarding. I'm going to come up to 97.
All right, Roger, you'd like to add to that?
I've been itching. I think the one missing piece that I hope I've got right is that these people are, it's theatre, isn't it? They're all actors. And what we're seeing are two masks, like the Phantom. And so to depict a whole population of actors in this way is just perfect. It's so clever. And the three-dimensional, it's almost got a hologram feel to it. That's all I wanted to add, really.
All right, Steve, back to you.
Thank you. I hear we're all in high support of this. If I could go up, I would. I've done stage work. The motif, Dedrick, is it's theatre. Basically, every major theatre uses that iconography. And yes, it's a group of thespians. I've done a rough estimation. There's 3,000 images there, roughly 60 across by 50 down, roughly. And they're all superb. So this person is at the top of their game, and they've presented us a piece of work that will last. So, yeah, high gold.
Thank you, guys. Rescore, please. Yeah, great chat. We have a gold distinction at 96. Congratulations to the photographer. I'm sure everyone here in the room wants to have a good look at that one later. Next print, please. All right, we have an initial score of 88, silver distinction, and an automatic challenge from Steve.
I've scored this 96, gold distinction. I believe the narrative that's been presented here is a generation of people hermetically sealed and delivered, but without experience, without being opened yet, without actual real interaction with the world. They've been compressed in their packaging, which is symbolic of a phone. I love the use of the stock, the high gloss finish, the distortion of their faces as they're pressed up against the plastic, and then there's a label that's actually been affixed to the photos showing it's going through a production line and being ready barcoded for delivery. I think the palette's really clever. I think the distortion of the faces is showing a range of emotions, even though that they haven't been opened. They're ready to reach out. But it's a narrative about people we know that have to present themselves perfectly, and that they're basically scared of exposing themselves in any fragility or in any way as real. It's almost this interface of being artificial and organic. It's I think it's very challenging. I can't wait to hear what you say.
Mika, let's go to you.
Yeah, I scored this 84, and I definitely will be raising my score from there. I didn't really understand the narrative, and part of it, I think, was the paper choice. I actually found that the paper choice emphasised the text, and I didn't see a great deal of difference between the different panels. But yes, the narrative has helped a lot. Thank you, Steve. So I will definitely be coming up. How far I'm coming up, I'm not sure yet. I'll just mention that the glossiness of that surface is really difficult to see under these lights. But I also understand that reflects plastic and how plastic things are. And with your narrative, that makes a bit more sense. So I'm keen to hear more.
Okay, Catherine, let's go to you in the middle. Yep, Catherine. Yep.
I was on ID7 with this. Steve, the way you've spoken about this brings a lot more to it. I do think that the overall concept is quite clear, but I feel that you've added more in terms of the references to the phone, the production line, etc. Where I am held back is through the expressions. You've talked about fragility. You've talked about being scared. I don't see that in these expressions. I see a great deal of confidence, particularly in that third image. And then the first two, they feel like beauty shots. I feel that fourth image is bringing what you're talking about to me. And I find that really strong, really striking, but not visually the one that I'm drawn to the most. The gloss paper stock choice is perfect to me. It is bang on. It gives everything in terms of what you're talking about with technology, society, and it's not glossing over the problem.
Yeah, Roger, you've got something to add?
Real quick. Two questions. Well, plus, Steve, I'm just wanting an answer as to why we need 4 images to tell this story. Am I missing something there? And I just want to draw everyone's attention to the writing on that barcode, which made me smile, which I think is something along the lines of may get bigger when opened, which I thought was quite amusing in today's world. I'm not quite sure why you get bigger, but anyway, it's a lovely little nugget of a detail. So certainly one positive thing, and just an answer to the other would help.
All right. Diedrich, you've got something to add? Yep.
Just real quick, I don't think we need 4 totally different poses or expressions, because I think that generation and what the future potentially upholds is a bit more of the same, being averaged out with everything that's going on. So the printing stock is fantastic, and I like the labels too, the tactile nature of them being a little bit juxtaposition, I guess. It's I scored at 87, and I will be moving up a little bit.
All right, Steve, back to you.
I think the repetition is intrinsic with mass production. You can't just have one, you need to have the four, that it's showing that it's going through a production line. We're mass producing this person, no clothes, they're just almost androgynous, they're ready to pull out of the package and then expose them to a real life, a real existence. And the bravery that you see there is just the artificial bravery of Instagram, of everyday, I'm here, but it's almost like a vacuous sort of person, just ready to expose to the real world. As I said, hermetically sealed. I think they're just, coming off the production line and waiting to be opened and exposed to the world. So, please come up, meet me in a gold.
Great. Can we rescore, please? Yes. Good chat. We have a gold award at 92. Congratulations to the photographer. And we are just going to have a quick judge change. Mika, we're going to give you a break and bring Jackie back on, please. Next print, please. All right, and we have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations to the photographer. And who would like to speak to this one? Yep, Roger. Yep, Roger.
I think this is a clever image to me. It spoke of the sort of early morning birdsong with the references of the music, the jug of milk that might go in your morning coffee, the tui and all the other small birds dancing around, beautifully constructed. Classic sort of Dutch painterly look. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have a score of 73. Let's get Jackie. Would you like to speak to this one?
Yeah. There's a nice sense of lighting and drama here, but unfortunately, when we've gone in, the main image is not sharp enough. I think we're all sort of thinking that we'd love to see a little bit more sharpness in that building to bring out the emotion. Just check that technique a little bit more. Turn off the image stabilization when you're doing a long exposure, or use a 10-second timer, or just find a different way of getting sharp.
Thanks for the feedback, Jackie. Next print, please. And we have a silver award at 83. Yep, you're going to challenge that one, Jackie?
Yeah, I scored it into the silver distinction, so at 86. I think it just goes that little bit further. The patina here of the background brown somehow have a synergy that's going with that, all the metal, the way the photographers interpreted the urban landscape. Oh, this is just beautiful. There's a sense of majesty in here that's enduring, and I think it's all those that building on the right with the triangular is the centerpiece that's balanced beautifully with the negative space up the top. I thought the mastery of choice of paper and translucency and has really brought it up into the silver distinction area.
All right, and we've got Steve down the other end.
Thanks, Jackie. I scored this 78, and I am open to moving. I found the aesthetic really appealing. I wanted to, I want a bit more narrative. I want to see if it's just a work of art and it's just beautiful, I can really appreciate that. But I'm always looking for just another layer, and I'm not really seeing more than just a really well-handled, beautiful photo.
Okay, Roger, you're up there with Jackie.
Yeah, I'm up there, Jackie. I see a bit of a brass rubbing in this, so that's one layer for you, Steve. I also see it's a really thoughtful, understated piece, I think. And what do I mean by that? Well, it's a mixture of triangles and squares. It's and they're tied together actually subtly in, let's call it the sky, which is a sort of like a loose series of squares or rectangles. And just the integration of the different layers of, let's call it the factories. And they repeat, but they don't repeat exactly, like almost like a staircase. So I think it's really clever. And the brass rubbing sort of talks to sort of factories, doesn't it, where you have brass and copper and all those elemental elements coming together. So it sort of does tie together. But you've got it's not in your face. It's you've got to sort of work with it to work out your narrative, I think, and it's overall beautiful. Okay.
All right. Yeah, back to you, Jackie.
Yeah. So that maybe what you're looking for is the humanity, and I think it's all the decisions that photographers made, and it's those the wabi sabi, the things that are not quite right, that brings that narrative to me. This is an imaginary urban landscape, but it's got a lot of humanity to it. 86 or
All
higher.
right. Let's rescore, please. Yeah, good discussion, guys. It's brought it up to a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations to the photographer. Blank screen, please. We're just going to have a judge swap. Diederik, let's bring you off and bring Bex back on, please. Next print, please. Now, this has a note, this one, judges. You can interact with this one, please. Pull a tab. Just while the judges are checking this one out, we'll do a little plug for Nikon. The sponsor of Creative Category. Be sure to visit Dakota at the Nikon trade stand during the photo show, where you can get hands on with the latest Nikon Z series mirrorless lenses. With more than 40 lenses now available across the range, there's something to suit every style of photography. Nikon is also running a special cashback promotion on selected lenses throughout the event, so it's the perfect opportunity to learn more and take advantage of the offer. And if judges could please give us a score. All right, so we have an initial score of 92, which is a gold award, and an automatic challenge from Steve.
Yay. I've scored this 97. Not sure why I didn't go higher than that, really. How clever, how creative, how innovative, how well presented. It's brought us right into the artwork. It is literally multi-dimensional. Working from the back, the drop shadow of the record makes you feel like you can pick it up. And then the faces are all identified with the song that just perfectly matches their expression. The graphics, the titles are so well managed and so collated. And then you pull the contact sheet out and you get, the outtakes of a family photo shoot. But then it's so connected to the family's identity, being record vinyl collectors, music lovers. The family have enjoyed this. Their expressions are genuinely chaotic and engaging. Beautifully managed print, exceptional piece of communication.
All right, Jackie, let's go to you at the
Yep.
lower end.
I was brave enough to keep it in the 80s, 88, because I jumped from being in the gold and I came back to 80 because I thought I looked at the photographic content and I didn't enjoy the black and white rendition of all these faces. How bad am I to do that? Maybe that's a great contrast. And then I thought, is it mostly photographic or is it graphic art? So I'm obviously happy to come up, but I just I was brave to stay at 88 at the time.
All right, Catherine, would you like to add to the discussion?
Sure, I was on 91 gold. I think it's fabulous fun. The pulling out of the piece. I get the idea of pulling the piece out, but I didn't feel like it added to the photographic content when I moved it. I felt like the placement of the faces was perfect when it was sitting there, and then other than the reveal of the brief up the top, I didn't feel that added a whole lot more to the feel, and I felt like the brief and the feel of it is so clear and so well done in terms of this family, and it gives us a real feel of this family. And I do feel like I can literally feel like the family is dancing around the lounge making this, and an absolute joy while they make it. Probably, possibly like Jackie, I found the black and white, this sort of soft washed out conversion of this. I fought with that because it feels like newsprint, and I am struggling to find whether I find that a positive or a negative, but I possibly don't find the photographic part of that as strong as I would love it to be to go into the next category that you're asking for, but I'm delighted to see it in gold, maybe bring it up a couple of points for me.
Alrighty, and Bex, let's go to you.
So I am on 95 gold distinction. I'm going to cover a couple more points to 97. I know it's not my job to do this, but the whole black and white flat newsprint thing, that's like the whole point. So it is the retro, it is the washed out, it is absolutely done on purpose. The pulling out, like, it's really fun to see different people's faces with the different hair, and so that gives them a whole new identity, which just makes me laugh. It has common ties, there's connection, it's vintagey, it's retro, and it's just so unique. So I'm coming up to 97.
Great. Okay, Steve, back to you.
Thank you, Bex. That's exactly my thoughts as well. It's supposed to be from when rock and roll was king in the 50s. It's got that palette, it's got that fonts, and then it's got that newsprint sort of feel to the faces. I think it's perfectly well created. For me, the best part of getting a vinyl, does anybody remember getting a vinyl and pulling it out, and then the nuggets of the artwork and things all being revealed to you? And that's what the artist has done. They couldn't do it on a record, so they've done the next best thing and put an insert in there, pulled it out, given us more information about the family, when the shoot was, and a little bit about their quirkiness. I think it's just really, really clever, and it makes us interact with it.
Yeah, great discussion, guys. Let's rescore, please. Steve, you just need to re-enter yours. And we have a gold distinction at 95. Congratulations. Some great discussion there, guys. We're just going to have a judge swap, please. We're going to bring Roger off and bring Richard back on. Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, so we have an initial score of 89, silver distinction, and an automatic challenge from Richard.
Yes, I scored this 91 gold. I think there's a lot of power and simplicity, but also the extreme fine detail in that insect, the dragonfly. The circles for me represent the flight patterns of those wings, and I think it's really clever how that gold is replicated on the gold foil, I think it is. It's replicated on the tips of those wings and then brought through to show those circular patterns behind it. And I think as a whole, within that oval shape with the circles, it's just a really lovely piece of simple design that's also extremely elegant, and I think it works beautifully.
Catherine, let's go to you. Yep.
Yeah, I was on 86 with this. There is a lot to love in this. I do agree with you. The embellishment that pairs with those wings, I think, is extremely successful, and the level of detail, it really does make the dragonfly the hero. Probably the visual thing that I am fighting with a bit is the use of the vignette around the edges of the oval, and how it looks a little bit sort of murky and muddy, and then it's sort of clipping into the very top of the dragonfly. However, I am compelled by the piece, and I think it has a real sort of enduring quality, and it's still creative in its simplicity. So I am certainly willing to move it up a bit.
And yep, Bex, we'll go to you.
I scored this a 90, and I think it's deserving of that. I just want to add in a couple of things. Those gold embellishments, to me, it's like, at night when light shines on a web, or the mark on the wall from a slither of a animal or what have you, you can just see that beautiful kind of metallic golden feel, and wherever you look at it, it just kind of shines in different ways, so it adds that 3 dimension. Also, if you go on and have a look at its tiny little face, it looks like it's got like a really old gas mask with those big huge eyes and this tiny little mouth, the delicate, it's just fabulous. I just think it's deserving of gold. There's some beautiful stuff in there.
All right, and back to you, Richard.
Sorry. All I've heard to bring it away from gold is that there's a vignette around the outside, and I don't think that's enough to bring it out of a category. Again, it's very simple, but also very complex. It's made a princess of this. It's heroed this tiny little creature and brought through some beauty of it. It's something that we might not look at twice in the wild, but when we look at it as a study here, it really gives a different appreciation of what that is, and I think it's worthy of that gold.
All right, let's rescore, please. Richard, can you just re-enter your score, please? And we have a gold award at 90. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 78, and Jackie is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'd like you to consider silver. I gave it an 84 for just the emotion that and connection I'm getting with all the textures in here. The choices of just the softness of the vessel that they're in, but they're all just. I just felt really connected with them. I thought that the lighting was just soft and gentle, and it's not a hard pushy print, but I thought it again that enduring quality. My eye coming down to the little line down the bottom that moves my eye around. Perhaps I was a little bit out on a limb here, but I'm asking you to consider silver on this one.
Richard, we'll go down to you. You're on the lower end there.
Yes, I sit at 73. You're right. Well, you're right in the fact I think there's a lot of potential for detail in this, but I found the detail was actually lacking through the treatment of the blacks and the shadows, and I'm finding almost a muddy treatment and loss of detail through those dark areas. And the really bright area, the lower flower, is where I sort of hung around, but my eyes kept darting down to that white crack across the table base or whatever it's sitting on. That sort of bright line kept flicking my eyes away from where I felt I was supposed to be looking. So I just felt a bit better with the treatment could have brought this up.
Yep, Catherine?
I was on the same limb as Jackie. I was on 83, and I felt that the lighting in this is really cleverly handled in relation to the subject. As we go around these thistles, or thistle flowers, I'm assuming, artichokes. I thought maybe artichokes, but I was looking for the artichoke heart. These plants, the one that's lit has the most life in it. And to me, the crack on the bottom was perfectly placed because that was the last crack of light that was coming through that related to the life that was left in that flower. And then as you go around the other ones, the ones with the least amount of flower in it is darkened off. I feel there's the perfect amount of detail, and then when you come through to the vessel that holds it, I feel like it has the touch of the human hand on it. It's like got this sort of fingerprinting feel through it, and and that allows you to just really travel up to that main head and then up and beyond. For me, I was very comfortable in silver.
Yep, back to you, Jackie.
Thanks, Catherine. You've said some great words there, and I think it is the lack of detail in the others that allow that forward one to be the hero, and the soft areas are very deliberate. I felt it was really a highly skilled image, and 84.
Alrighty, let's rescore, please. And we have a 79, so we just need to decide if that is going to be a bronze or a silver, guys. And it remains a silver, 79, bronze award. Oh, sorry, bronze award, silver, 79. Well done. We are just going to have a quick judge change. Catherine, we're going to give you a little break. And Craig, bring you back on, please. And next print, please. Next print, please. All right, we have a 78 Bronze Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Bex, would you like to speak to this one?
Beautiful piece. Well done on your Bronze Award. For me, it was, I think the words actually took away. I feel that the image itself was really, really strong, and it had beautiful lines and beautiful feel. It was well handled, and the paper choice, it felt wet. You know, it was great, but I sort of felt, I let down a bit by the words. I think it spoke on its own.
Thank you. Next print, please. Just while we're having the judges look at this one, we'd just like to thank Ilford for providing all the gloves for the print handlers out the back in order to take the best care of all our beautiful printed entries. And we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Craig, would you like to? No? Who would like to speak to this one? Richard? Yep.
Interesting little bit of narrative, but one thing that did distract me was the sort of heavy-handedness of those light rays looked a bit false to me, but also just watch what's happening with the lighting in terms of your environment. So she was also lit on the camera side of her face, but all the direction of light and that light effect was coming in from the right. So just a bit of a balancing act there.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. All right, and we have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. And Craig, you give some feedback?
Yeah, congratulations. I think this is a wonderful piece of narration of an event that's happened. Bear in mind when you're putting composite together like this with different images, the colour palette. And if you feel that all of the images are necessary to tell your story, thinking about how that colour palette might change the way that we look at the images. If this was maybe in black and white, that top right, very red square might not be so distracting.
Thank you, Craig. It's very helpful for the photographer. We are just going to have a quick judge swap. Richard, we'll give you a break and bring Amber on for a little bit, please. And next print, please. And we have 81, a silver award. Yep, and Amber is going to challenge that.
The mood in this portrait is really quite evocative. I gave this an 86 in the silver distinction range, and I think that the layers of movement in those hands down there, and with the beautiful sort of texture around the edges of the print, and the overlaying that's of the text that's been done, but it's not too overbearing. I think that's been done in a really sort of subtle way. This is such a beautiful portrait and so full of mood. This definitely needs a silver distinction.
All right, let's go to Jackie.
So I scored it 78, and I hear what you say. The portrait is really strong. What was taking me away was the edge of frame, the choice of the paper, the pulled paper, and then the black matting edge to emphasise the border. I just wanted that to be full of just more of what's in the background, and that's the only thing that was stopping me going into silver and possibly higher silver. Why those choices?
Bex, would you like to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I scored it in the silver range at 80. To me, it has an oldie worldy feeling and sort of inky, like there's been ink spilled, and the woman sort of becomes part of the writing, which normally, it is quite flat, but I think that's the whole point of it. I'm definitely listening. Yeah.
All right. Back to you, Amber.
Okay, I'm not hearing a lot of negative. Jackie, I think that the black core used in the mat board here is actually really successful, because to me this is a very sort of insular portrait. We're looking into this person's world and perhaps inner turmoil, and they feel, they're not looking at us, they're not looking back at the camera. It feels like there's a real separation, and maybe something that's really difficult maybe there's somebody that's really difficult to break into. And so I think that all of the kind of chaos that's going on within the frame is actually really well separated from the rest of the world by that black core. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a reason for that. But this is very, very well-crafted work, and I think you guys should be coming up to silver distinction.
All right, can we please rescore? And we've gone up a couple of points. We're at 83, silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. All right, we have a silver distinction, 85. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to speak to that one? Steve?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. I think the almost spectral feel of and historical feel of the location and the textures and the palette all work together to make a lovely work of art. Well done.
Fabulous, thank you. Next print, please. All right, we have a gold award at 90 and an automatic challenge from Steve.
Thank you. I scored this 95 gold distinction for multiple reasons. I think the one that really got me is I love the story. It's this two characters that have been typecast incorrectly. The devil is wistfully thinking, about creativity, about the music on his shoulder, about being a better devil, and the angel is definitely more of the smiling, the assassin. She's the one that will actually cause you the harm and the grief. It's identified by the halo above the devil. He's blown as smoke, and he can't help but emit goodness. And I think it's just challenging our conceptions about good, wrong, right, evil, who's what. And I think everything is more complicated. Everything is always more complicated. I love the texture of the wings. I love her nonchalance. The pout on her lips just tells me that, it's about her beauty. She's using that to get her way in the universe. I think it's a really great narrative. They're both drinking, they're both smoking, they're both into the vices. But he definitely feels like he's this creative soul.
Amber, let's hear from you. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Steve. I was really searching for the narrative in there because it didn't smack me in the face, and I was on high silver, and I'll definitely be coming up. That's really helped me. Thank you.
Jackie, yep.
So I'm on the borderline to gold as well. There's something going on with the girl's hand with the glass. It feels like her finger is going through the glass and it's translucent or something. Is it? And that's what's made me not understand that part of the narrative. Is that part of the story? And I do really enjoy what you've brought to it already.
Craig, into the discussion.
Yeah, I'm on 93, and to directly answer Jackie's comment, I think she's like rubbing her hand around the glass to make that sound that hypnotizes people. But I wrote down in my notes mistaken identity, and I think that's really what this is about. And that the fact that the devil has got the halo, he's looking wistfully out to the distance, wondering, his body language, the fact that he's kind of pushed down there and framed by the angel's wing as well. This is really fantastic.
All right, Steve, let's go back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. Yeah, it's mistaken identity, it's typecast stereotypes, and it's the potential for more and just being cornered and suppressed by apparent good. Yeah, well done.
Let's rescore, please. And we have 93 Gold Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Let's just have a quick judge swap, please. Amber, let's bring you off and bring Mika on, please. Next print, please. And we have a silver award at 81. And we have a hand going up from Craig. Take it away.
Yeah, I've given this an 88, and I've done that not only because I think it's been crafted absolutely beautifully, but we're presented with this top-down view of an insect. We're given the scientific name of the species, and it's this classic traditional presentation of this creature, which has been photographed beautifully. But we can also look at this face on and kind of personify this insect as well. You've got 4 arms and 2 legs, and it looks like it's the general coming to argue with you in a bug's life. And so I thought that that was a really fantastic narrative, and I've given it 88.
Let's hear from Bex, please.
Yeah, I scored this in the bronze range at 77 for me. I just felt, when I saw it, I thought, oh, when I go in, I'm going to be rewarded by all this incredible detail because, you know, an insect and it's, yeah, I'd love to see it. But for me, it just felt really heavy. It felt really flat. It didn't have the 3-dimension and the paper choice. I just feel like it's sort of, it's such a, I'm sure there's so much delicate detail in there, but I just find it quite heavy. And yeah, so that's where I'm sitting with it at the minute.
Let's go to Steve. Do you have anything to add?
I'm in support of Craig at 86. Nothing else to add.
Alrighty, back to you, Craig.
Okay, so I think that there is a lot of detail in there to enjoy. You can see all of the individual spots on the beetle, I think, on its back. You can see some dimension in there from the shine as well on the back. So we've definitely got that depth and that intricate detail. It is heavy. It is an armoured insect, so I would expect that to be the case. It's a predator, so again, it kind of matches that heaviness that you're seeing as well. And I think as well with the cream fading into the middle, we've got this like collection jar, petri dish kind of scientific display of this creature, but we've also got the pareidolia and the human narrative. So I think that's worth rewarding. I'm at 88. Come up with me.
All right, rescore, please. And we remain a silver award at 84. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a blank screen for a moment. And can we please switch out Steve for Diedrich? Yep. Thank you. And next print, please. And just while the judges are having a look at this image, we'd like to thank the Judges Morning Tea for day one, sponsored by Tony Stewart from Photoshots Photography here in Christchurch. And we're almost at lunchtime, so today's lunch for our judges, panel chairs, Honours Council and behind the scenes team has been generously sponsored by Oranga Farms. We are incredibly grateful for the generosity and support of our photography community. And thank you for helping make the Iris Awards possible. And we have a silver award, 83. And Mika is going to challenge that.
I am. I'm on 86, a strong silver with distinction. I really enjoy this as an abstract piece from afar, and that's the initial response to it. As an abstract, it's got real vibrance and real impact. But then when you go up closer, you've got this amazing, wonderful detail throughout the whole image. I'm guessing it's ice, and ice is very reflective. So the fact that there's no photographer visible in all the reflections, I think is quite sophisticated to be able to achieve. The impression of movement, I think, is really clever. I think it works really well with the idea of ice melting. We've got that. It's like in the north of Australia, Indigenous people paint with brush strokes that create this amazing feeling of movement of leaves, and you look at it and it just takes you around and around and moves you, and it's just enjoyable to see it and to feel it like that. And that's what I'm getting from this photograph. And from a distance, I think it's beautiful, but up close, you just get that extra reward of it just being, exquisitely handled. So yeah, I'm rewarding this with a silver with distinction, and I'd like to hear some other comments.
All right, Jackie, let's go to you down the lower end.
Lower end is 78, so very close. I was going round and round, and I wasn't getting locked in on something. I like your interpretation, though, of the abstract, but I think it could have had more depth if there was more darkness and more lightness, so I'm going in and out. It was all everything was sharp all through. So I was looking for the subject, not just the texture.
Okay, Bex, let's hear from you.
So I am with Mika at 85. I'm going to go up a couple of points as well. So I just want to alert you to the cool creature on the right-hand side about the middle that's kind of like, could be a seahorse with big googly eyes and a crown. Could be one of those animated puppets that is in a funny show. And because when I saw this, I was like, where is my eye going to rest? And then I saw this creature, and it was just so brilliant. Unintentional, but gave my eye somewhere to go. And yeah, I'm definitely coming up with a few more points. Thanks, Mika.
All right, and back to Mika.
I'll just, in response to Jackie's concern about the darkness and light, I really feel that the colour palette of all the blues kind of encapsulates the deepest, darkest blues to the lightest blues, and I think that's been handled really exquisitely. I think ice is something that's very difficult to photograph under any circumstances, and I feel the lighting on this is exceptional. The fact that we've got that even lighting across this is nature, and it's been lit so beautifully across the whole image. I think there's a lot of sophistication in that, and I'm just really feeling the movement. I don't need to have a point to rest, because I feel like the whole point of this is just to explore and enjoy and enjoy more and more, find more and more. And there is more to see. You know, you don't just look at it once and go, yeah, I've got it. I feel like this is an artwork you could put on your wall and just be happy with it in 50 years' time, because it has that timeless appeal. So yeah, I'm still very strongly as a silver distinction, and I hope that you can come with me.
All right, Reece, score please. Yeah, great discussion, guys. We have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we just have a judge swap quickly, please? Jackie, we'll give you a break, and Roger, bring you back on, please. Next print, please. All right, so we have an initial score of 85, silver distinction, and Craig has his hand up.
Oh boy. I think this is incredible. It is innovative. It has bags of narrative. It is exquisitely produced, presented, printed, and I really would love to see this in the gold distinction. I've scored it 96 for all of those reasons. The thinker kind of looking adult gorilla, silverback on the right, and the subordinate on the left. This is like gorilla life in the wild, but taken into a modern world, and how they might resolve conflict in the modern world. And I absolutely adore it.
Okay, right, Roger, you are in bronze award level. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I struggled to get the narrative, basically, Craig, and I'm still needing some convincing. I see two gorillas playing chess, and I want to know why, and I don't know whether the pictures answered that. I guess you can superimpose your interpretation, but I'm still missing a step in your interpretation that they're resolving conflict. How is a game of chess symbolic of conflict? I guess. I mean, I guess you try and win and kill the king. Maybe that's it. In terms of the chessboard, I sort of looked at that. The black side's a bit sort of jumbled and not separated enough from a picky graphic point of view. But I love the gorillas. I love the expressions. I also wanted an answer as to why they've chosen that sort of curved, elongated border. Is that a deliberate? Is that adding to something that I'm missing? So can you answer that question for me, please?
Bex, let's hear from you, please.
I'm on 85 silver distinction. I'm going to come up to gold. Thank you, Craig, for challenging this. The oval, it's not really an oval, anyway, the curved mat to me is like looking through an old school viewfinder, you know those ones that you put the thing in and you have a look through. To me it's the game of life. The gorilla on the left has not got the queen left, which is major and potentially about to lose and probably slightly stressed, and the silverback's like, haha, I've got you, also not bothered, not even looking away. It is the game of life. Someone's got the queen, someone's got two, you know, all that kind of thing. So I think the narrative's great. It's been exquisitely presented to us, and I'll be coming to gold 90.
All right, back to you, Craig.
Okay, I have a lot of answers for you. First of all, gorillas are the closest living being to us in their DNA. They are going to evolve, continue evolving, and this is, I would see, a gorilla's next thought process of how we evolve, how they evolve to be more like us. And the game of chess is the ultimate conflict in intelligence and in thinking, and we've got those thinking poses. In gorilla troops, we have the subordinate males, which this one is on the left, and the dominant silverback on the right. They resolve things by conflict, and this is a modernization of a gorilla fight in the troop. And they also have eye contact is very confrontational for gorillas, and this subordinate is looking directly at this older gorilla, and he is not looking back. So we can see where the pieces are falling, we can see what's going on here. I think that the shapes of the pillar box just speak of that kind of looking in at the next stage of evolution. I think this is absolutely an art piece. The delicacy of the way that the blacks and the textures are handled. This is the game of life and the next step in evolution, and I think it's absolutely superb. I would love this to be a gold distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, please. Craig, can you re-enter your score, please? And you've done it. You've brought it up into a gold award. So gold at 91. Good discussion there, guys. And congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. And just for everyone who is not in the room, there is, this one has an interesting element to it. All right, we have an initial score of 86, silver distinction, and an automatic challenge from Roger.
I scored this a 90. I think it needs talking about. I hope I can articulate everything. I'm not sure I understand it totally, but look, it's a fantasy world with children. It's a highly original. I've never seen a mirror reflecting myself frighteningly up here in a photographic image, and so I'm still working that round in my mind, really, the mirror, and I'm wondering whether it's the kids are living in the fantasy land. You look inside some of those, like another one of those pictures where there's some beautiful detail in and around the main subjects, like a giant something in Christchurch, and sort of crazy fantastical headlines on the newspapers. And then I see myself or my fellow judges, and I wonder whether it's reflecting ourselves, and it's saying to us, do we all live in a bit of a fantasy land? Are we all kidding ourselves in some way? But I guess it's provoking us, isn't it? And art should do that, and that's what this category should do. And so I rewarded it. I don't quite think I understand everything, but I think I'm going a fair way, and so I invite a discussion.
We'll get to you in a moment, Craig. Dedrick, let's just go to you. You're on the lower end here.
Yeah, I'm just in the silver at 82. I'm not sure fully about the fantasy land. I'm not quite seeing that, but it's definitely a collage type thing. It's manufactured, it's created, it's a statement about something. Maybe there's a lot of negative news on the right, a lot of fear-mongering. So maybe the kids are blissfully unaware of what's actually going on, listening to their music, reading books, drawing, nice and warm in a house. I would love to hear some more positive comments, and I'm happy to be talked up if need be.
Okay, let's jump to Craig first.
Thank you.
It's itching to have a chat.
Oh my God, guys. I cannot tell you how much delight I have sat here with watching you all looking at this image. You complete this image. You are the giant looking in. Look at what she's reading. Look at the noise. The news stories on the wall. We are the giants. We complete the picture. And I think that is absolutely fantastic. I scored at 88 because I thought some of the lighting could have been handled a little bit better. But this has given me so much pleasure watching you all, and it's so creative and innovative. I think I could probably come up to 90.
And Mika, you've got something to add?
The only thing that I wanted to add is there's so much I agree with, but I'll just add that I felt a bit of a disconnect simply because the pin board seems very adult and everything else is very childlike, and that disconnect held me back a bit. But this is inventive, this is clever. I saw your big face, Roger. And it was wonderful. So I think it's very clever and innovative, and I can find some extra points with that additional storytelling, but that was the disconnect that I was struggling with.
All right, Roger, back to you.
Look, this is why we're a team of judges, so thank you, Craig. Ultimately, this is original, it's brave, and it's innovative. You've completed, I think, the missing piece of the jigsaw. Thank you, the giant, the great big ugly old giant. Let's give this image a giant score. Off we go.
Alrighty, let's rescore, please. And you've done it. This is why we discuss things, guys. We have a gold award at 90.
Great.
Congratulations to the photographer. And for everyone who can come and check that one out later, when it's on the wall, it has a mirror element, hence people saying why you add to it. Thank you. We're just going to have a quick judge change. Bex will give you a break and bring Adam back on, please. And next print, please. All right, we have an initial score of 85, silver distinction, and Craig is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I think this is very unique and has got a very deep narrative. The way that the thread is connected and coming through into the front of the frame, that nature is connected all around the world by all these underground networks of mycelium and things like that. I think mycelium is like one of the biggest living organisms on the earth. And then we've got that kind of represented here, but also with red to say maybe that these are the arteries and they're bleeding. And that nature goes beyond the frame where the threads come out of the bottom. So I see a really beautiful narrative here. I think that the execution is absolutely stunning. And I think it's completely unique and creative and innovative and definitely worthy of a gold.
Adam, would you like to enter the chat?
Yeah, look, and thanks very much for the explanation. I think initially I sort of struggled with the way the contrast, it was only really in the threads and why the thread came down the road. I certainly appreciated it coming from the tree and out there, but the dominant part sort of came from that road. I really do appreciate the red and the arteries. I was also pulled away from a little bit. I really appreciated it down the bottom, but in the sky it kind of pulled me up. So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of more of that narrative, and you certainly helped me. I think I can come up to silver, but there's just a few more things that don't rest. I want to sort of rest at the bottom, but I get more road than tree and earth.
Okay, Roger, let's hear from you.
I don't really have much more to add. I think it's a beautiful piece of craftsmanship. Beautiful piece of craftsmanship. I got the thread connection business, but the trouble is it's not connecting to anything, is it? Like if it was mycelia connecting, you'd want it to connect to other trees, so slightly unresolved. And the sky just feels a little bit, I don't know, lacking in tonality a little bit in areas. I don't want to use any other words, but yeah, those are my main things. But
okay,
I scored an 87 and I'm comfortable with it there.
Okay, Mika?
I scored at 78, a bronze award, and I really appreciated the innovation, and I scored it a bronze for the innovation, but there were a few photographic technical details that I was stuck on. Firstly, the embroidery in the sky, while beautiful, it really emphasises some of those highlights and delineates the sky in a way that's, I don't think is benefiting the photograph. In addition, there's some areas of sky that have a bit of banding that I don't think is intentional, and I do think that the embroidery it poses questions for me, because I understand the mycelium aspect, and I saw that, but I think that it is lining the sides of the road in a way that's emphasising the road, and I'm not sure why. So if those things can be addressed, then I'm very happy to come up.
Dederick, you just wanted to add something there?
Yeah, just on the arteries and the blood. Maybe this is making a statement about the human impact. We need to be careful where we drive our cars, because where we're driving is the lifeblood of the earth.
Thank you. Back to you, Craig.
I think the threads are not connected to other trees because we've removed all the other trees. There are no trees. Instead, it's following this track, and it's telling us where the humans are going as well as where nature is trying to revive itself. The sky, look, I think that the lines drawn in the sky for me just add a touch of whimsy, so that this isn't a wholly depressing narrative, that the wind brings life and animation, and I really enjoy that. But yeah, I think if you look how these lines follow down and come out of the frame, I think also that the fact that we see ourselves in our own little worlds and in our own boxes, yet this nature is extending from there and taking it further, saying that there is more to the planet than what we have in our little world in our individual frames ourselves, I think is really strong storytelling. So I'm on 92. Please come up with me.
Okay, everybody rescore, please. And we have silver distinction 86. We're just going to have a judge change. Craig will give you a break, and Catherine will bring you back on, please. Next print, please. And we have a silver award at 80. And Roger is going to challenge that.
I gave this 88. I've written down here pop art. Can you hear me? So I scored 88. Look, I love the combination of freshness, simple primary colours, the pop art feel to it, but underlying, and well, if you follow the images through, they tell quite a nice little story. There's there's the story from the truck to the store. There's the mixture of people's lives in there. The Coke bottle, the person on the scooter, even the disabled person on the scooter who's still drinking blooming Coke, and the Coke and the curry. I love that bit of humour. And then tying it in at the end, it's traditional Kiwi Kai. It has become traditional Kiwi Kai, and that's become a problem. And, you know, and this is the message of it all. You know, I see this every day with people getting bigger and bigger. And Coca-Cola and fast food and consumerism's behind all of that. And so I think it deserves a bit more than an 88. It's been handled with humour, but put together. It's the way they're put together with the choice of frames and nothing's quite the same, is it? But yet it is all sort of uniform. There's a rhythm to it. So I encourage you to have a think.
Okay, let's hear from Catherine.
Yeah, I was on 77 with this, and I think there's a strong concept here in terms of the pervasiveness of Coca-Cola in our socio-cultural sphere. I just don't feel that the photographic pieces and components that make this up are as striking as the concept itself. I think the play on the primary colours is sort of are a nod to the primary nature of Coke in this. And then the two pieces at the top, that blue one with the sort of sky blue, which breaks the rest of it, although it does match the sky on the left one, it sort of breaks that colour toning, which is really strong through the rest of them. So I feel concept super strong and super striking, but I don't feel that the execution is bringing it up into the sort of award range you're looking for, Roger.
Do you want to... Have you got anything to add to this?
I'm sorry, I don't have much more to add.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Look, I urge you to think again. Look, the blues do tie together. They're tied together on the top, and then there's a blue on the bottom, so that sort of ties that in. Sky's on the top, so you would have more blue on this, you know, from a purely sort of aesthetic landscape point of view. I just love the dashes of humour woven in with the bright colours and the serious underlying message. So, yeah, I'm not asking for a silver distinction, but I do think it's worth a silver for this. So, anyway, rescore.
All right, rescore, please. And we've gained a couple of points. We have Silver Award 82. Good discussion, thanks guys. Next print, please. And we have a Silver Award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to speak to this one? Adam? Yep.
Yeah, there's a lovely paisley or almost pencil-like feel to the presentation. Some nice colours through there. I'm just a little, what stopped me from going up higher, I was on the high end of highly commended, was just losing a little bit of the detail. I really wanted to look right out to the edges, some of the brighter parts in that sort of took me out of that nice, that colour palette, and even some of the greying down around the sides that aren't quite as sharp as the other areas. So just really getting into those details would elevate it.
Cool, thank you very much. Can we have a blank screen, please? That was the last of... Oh, there's one more? Yep. One.
So we're going to go back to
yep.
judge the image that wasn't there at number 5. We're going to have to do this manually though, guys. So can everyone grab a piece of paper to write down their score?
Yes, we need the same. So
Yep, so we're just going to need Jackie, Bex, Adam, Amber and Craig to judge this next one, please. So we're just going to round them up.
We're getting up.
So if you guys can just grab a bit of paper. So for those of you at home, we're just jumping back to judge an image that was mixed up earlier. And then we will be moving on. So just bear with us.
Just write your name on a piece of paper.
Who's judging?
So Jackie, Rebecca,
You're up for this bit. Yeah. You'll be back in a second.
Adam, Amber, and Craig. That's right. We just need you to this manual one.
So just, if you're one of the 5 judges, just grab a piece of paper, write your name on the piece of paper. Right, you will score on the piece of paper rather than entering it into the system. Once you've scored, you'll give it to us. We'll enter it into the system. We'll then work out whether there is a challenge or whatever. We'll go through exactly the same process. It's just a little bit manual because it's out of order. That's all. Sweet.
So next print, please.
Bear with us. We'll manually do this now.
We just have to do this manually, guys. So just bear with us. Alrighty, so we have a silver distinction at 85 and a challenge from either Amber or Craig.
You don't have to, you can if you want to.
I'm only on 88.
Yeah.
It's already got
So it's 85 already.
Sorry. Sorry, my mistake. There is no...
Okay, no challenge, 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. Craig, would you like to speak to this one? Or Amber, one of you guys?
I think the presentation on this, the printing, the line work and the shadows, I think are all really stunning. The flow of the lemur from left to right works really well for me. I can imagine the dance and that song from Madagascar. So I think this is really stunning. I don't think that there's anything constructive I can give this, unfortunately. I just really, really enjoy it.
It's fabulous, thank you. Alrighty, blank screen please. And we are just going to switch over to digital entries. And we will just have the judging panel that we had on before. So Mika, Dedrick, Roger, Adam and Catherine, please. Thanks, Bex. There we go. First image, please.
No, go on.
All right, we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to speak to this one? Mika?
I think to bring humour to food photography just in and of itself is an innovative thing. I think it's different and quirky. I love the snails. The crown makes you think a bit of like the frog prince, and has those kind of connotations. To improve the image, I wasn't convinced by the choice of fabric. I don't think that the fabric. I could be missing something, but that was something for me that I felt brought down the image somewhat. And in the digital image, on the left-hand side, there's some streakiness in the background that I didn't feel was adding to the story. But it is clever and different, and I commend the photographer for that.
Great feedback, thank you. All right, next image, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to? Yeah, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lovely arrangement. I commend the photographer for getting the light up and in so we can see into those flowers. It just falls from the initial impact of those flowers, it just falls off, and even around the edges of the top. I think to elevate it more, we want a little bit more context or something that we can look deeper into the image past that initial subject. But, nicely done for getting the light up in there.
Mika, did you want to add a bit of feedback there?
I just also wanted to add that for something that's so beautiful and elegant, the stains on the table I felt were incongruous with that. And so those little details really make a big impact when we're looking at something and the message that it's giving us. So perhaps a different tablecloth or something that elevated the table to the same status as the flowers.
Great, thank you for that. All right, next image, please. And we have a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to speak to this one? Yep, Adam?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the energy and the way the palette and the moves through the frame. There's lots of different narratives. I think what was stopping me from Golden Gold was just resting on that one dominant piece that tied it all together to give me that narrative. There's a couple of competing things here where I just don't quite get the story, but there's a wonderful dynamism to explore here.
Thanks, Adam. Next image, please. You can go up now. All right, we have a bronze award, 77. And Adam is going to challenge that.
I had this at a low silver at 81. I think it's worth having a talk about because it's an interesting image. I think when you look at it from back, you kind of assume the reality of it, and when you get closer, you kind of get to see the ghost nature and almost the reflections, and even in the literal. I feel like that bottom flower feels like almost like some sort of reflection, even though you kind of mirror it back. And you look around it, and you can sort of see that perhaps the technique's been used here, and whatever that is, perhaps it could be even an analog technique, shooting through glass, shooting reflection. So it's kind of mirror that image. And I think the palette, it gives a sense of cold initially, but as you get in, you get that warmth in the middle, and that's just spreading out. And I think it's an interesting image just to talk about, even for the photographer's sake.
Okay, Mika, let's hear from you, please.
So I scored this 74, and I appreciated all of the things that you have just identified, particularly the fact that it looks like there's a very interesting technique used. The thing that I was a bit curious, I was wondering why. So I think the flower is very beautiful as it is, and I was wondering what the technique brought to us to add to the photograph that would impact us in a different way. And I was struggling to find that. So I felt that the technique wasn't necessarily enhancing the photograph. It was just a query for me why. So that's, yeah.
Okay, let's hear from Roger.
Yeah, look, I scored it 78. I got a couple of questions regarding technical aspects, really. When I first looked at it, I thought there's this sort of ghosting around it. I don't know whether that is. I'm guessing that's deliberate now. My initial sense was it might be a blending issue, but when you look closely at the background, there seems to be a circular edge of black versus almost black. So I can't help but wonder whether there are some technical aspects to it. So yeah, I scored it at bronze. I think that's where it sits. But if you can persuade me regarding those issues, I'm happy to reconsider.
All right. Yeah, back to you, Adam.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think that, as I said, whether or not it's an analog technique or whether there's something going on, it probably hasn't been as effective as you would initially like it to be on closer inspection, which is why I was an 81. I was rewarding, though, the fact that kind of motif reinforced the motif that I initially got from down the bottom. So to take your point, Mika, I kind of looked at that initially at that bottom one, and perhaps whether that was some sort of reflection or if it was just the way it was arranged. I just wanted to bring it up and have a talk to it about a few points, because I think it's an interesting presentation that lifts it above just what the standard flower would be.
Alrighty, guys, let's rescore, please. And remains bronze award 78. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a wee judge change. Let's bring Dedrick and Mika off, please, and bring back in Richard and Amber. All right, and next image, please. And we have a score of 73. Can we have a bit of feedback for the photographer, please? Adam?
Look, I commend the photographer for a bold choice in colour. It's very hard to control that sometimes and direct our eye where to go. And I think sometimes there are elements, probably the sharpest or the place my eye rests is the actual figure, the shape of the flower on the left. I'm taken out in a few places quite a big highlight in the bottom middle and even the darkness up towards the top of the frame. So perhaps playing with a little bit with the tones and the cropping could help elevate the image.
Yep, good constructive comment, thank you. Next image, please. All right, so we have a bronze award at 79. And yeah, let's have a little discussion, guys, because we're at 79, so we'd have to rescore anyway. So let's have a chat. Yep, Amber. Yep, take it away.
I gave this image in 82. Gosh, there's such a lot to look at in there, isn't there? I really enjoy the energy of the whole image, and I know it's extremely busy, but but I actually feel like compositionally the image is balanced really well, and I don't know why the snails are there, but I'm really glad that we're getting a chance to talk about it.
All right, let's hear from Richard.
Yeah, look, I was at 76. There could be some theme here we don't know about. I'm very careful about questioning why something should be there in terms of a narrative, because there's clearly a reason why, but I think they add a bit of a quaint little interesting aspect to the image. Yeah, talking about the busyness, I think all the action and the beauty in this image is on the left with the foreground elements, with everything that's happening there, but I am pulled into that really busy wallpaper because there is so much empty space. Not empty space, it's contained by that wallpaper. And then my eyes are following where the highlights are, and I am darting around a lot. So, yeah, I mean, keep convincing me. I'm sitting on bronze.
All right, Roger, let's hear from you.
It's interesting, isn't it? I wrote down playful, and then I wrote next to that wallpaper. So I think the wallpaper choice just fits well with that sort of. It's Craig. It's whimsical, isn't it? A little bit, yeah. On the microphone, yeah. So I think the wallpaper fits well. I enjoyed the icing of the cake aspect to this and the dynamism and energy. Like you, I didn't like the snail. If it was without the snail, I would have gone higher. I think it was trying too hard, but maybe I'm missing something there. The only other slight technical thing was maybe the shadows at the bottom are a bit heavy, but then you could argue that they anchor it well. So I was a bit higher than you actually, Amber, at 83. So there we go.
Alrighty, Amber, back to you.
Yeah, the more I'm sitting here, the more this image actually sort of reminds me of someone that I know very well. My grandmother is a baker, and to me, the more I look at it, I sort of see representations of a life that's been lived and has maybe like, sorry, I'm struggling to say this. When people get old, they can get into quite a confused and delirious sort of a state. And to me, this actually feels really personal now. It's kind of a bit of a story about a person who has lived a life and is just confused and going some of those things from childhood, and I'm sorry, I'm really not articulating this very well. We didn't talk about the sort of random princessy crown thing that's going there and at the top of the kettle, but maybe the purpose of those elements that feel like they don't fit is actually a bit of a narrative about something more that's going on here. And I now see why those snails and those other elements are in there. I think that the confusion and the chaos is really intentional in this image, and I love that choice of wallpaper in the background. It actually, the garden element sort of gives the snails a bit more purpose. I really love this. It's at least a silver.
All right, rescore, please. Okay, well done. We have a silver award at 81. Good chat, guys. We're just going to have a judge change. Roger, we're going to give you a break. And Steve, could we bring you back on, please? And next image, please.
3,000 points.
And we have a bronze award, 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we please have a comment from Steve?
Sure. It's a lovely arrangement. I love the dahlias and the parsley combination, and the vase is very complementary. Just find it gets falls off at the edges, and it's quite tight on the left-hand edge, and it just feels like there's a bit of tension that doesn't need to be there. So I'd adjust the crop and make it a little bit more spacious.
Thanks for that, Steve. Next image, please. All right, we have a silver award at 80. And Steve is going to challenge that one.
Thank you. I scored this 86. For me, I think it's a character, I think a midlife man. I think he's at a junction of his life when there are many possibilities of what his life could look like. I think he's been forced into a stereotype, a traditional white male. You can see his clothing, it's just highlighted around his back. It's given you, it's like a jacket top. You can see the little catchlight in his glasses, and he's just pondering, what is my life? What is my role? What is possibly my purpose in going forward? I think the mosaic effect gives a great idea of, this intersection of colour, opportunity, and experiences. I think it's a great narrative and very cleverly manufactured by the photographer.
Thanks, Steve. Can we hear Amber? Do you want to tell us a bit about it?
I love the narrative that you have found in there, Steve. When I first saw this image, I absolutely loved the vibrant colours and the textures, the different textures that are in the different parts of that unique patchwork. However, upon closer inspection, I keep finding so many technical glitches in there that I feel like it's a real opportunity missed. I scored this as 74 begrudgingly because I feel like the way that all of those lines and elements have been put in there, they're slightly askew. Like we've got a tiny little white triangle in that little pinnacle between the blue and the pink in that little central bit there, which it just doesn't help the flow of the composition. And there's a few other lines where things just haven't been lined up really quite right. I didn't get that narrative at all from it, Steve, and I really questioned the inclusion of the figure down there, because to me it's such an energetic composition, and it just feels to me like a real mismatch. But I'm really, really looking forward to hearing what everyone else has to say.
Adam, let's go to you.
Yeah, look, I was also on 86 in support of this image, and I actually got a different narrative from it. I like what you brought to it as well. I kind of figured it's like, we often, we're bombarded with so many things, and sometimes we can be so into ourselves that we ignore everything that's going on. I figured like he's a very, a solitary figure, like you said, but he's almost ignorant of what's going on. And then I sort of thought, well, maybe it's, I saw opera house sails and hills and the different textures represent, there's built stuff, there's landscape stuff, there's even the outside world, which is that little, is the sky, I guess, in the top right corner that leads us out of that image. So I really enjoyed the fact that it was the figure to me was what brought the whole image together, because it gave you that narrative, and for me that was that, there's so much out there competing for your attention, and it's all different things, yet somehow we still manage to be within ourselves as this solitary figure. So I think it's worth at least a few more points, and I'd like to see it up towards silver distinction as well.
Okay, Steve, you've got a right reply there.
Yeah, I think my generation, we're all told how to be in this world. And you get to a certain point in your life when you realize that the narrative that you've followed doesn't necessarily meet who you are. And I think this person has hit that point, and they're thinking, what could I be? How can I express myself going forward? I think the white triangle in the middle is imperfection. I think that's part of the narrative. We are dealing with the consequences of our history, and that is going to follow us forward into the future. And there will be moments of missed opportunities and regret. Yeah, I think it's really worth the narrative. I think brings it up into a next level for me.
Okay, judges, rescore, please. And we've gained a point. Silver award, 81. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Okay. We have an initial score of 79, a bronze award. And Steve, would you like to challenge that?
Sure, I've scored this 81 silver. I feel like it's a mythological creature, and it's almost the centre as an eye, and it's reaching out with multiple arms. And I thought it was strong graphically. It's not symmetrical. It feels organic because of that. I think it's simple concept. I think we're all very close, and I'd love to have a quick chat.
Okay, Richard, can we please hear from you?
Sure, I'm on 76 bronze. Yeah, look, I can. It's a foreign-looking shape that we could pull lots of. We could say this looks like different objects. It could be the cog of a wheel. It could be an eye. Yeah. I think for me to go into those higher realms, I'm looking for some narrative or story. I'm looking for some emotional connection, something that's going to move me or take me somewhere. and at the moment, I'm quite happy sitting in that bronze realm.
Okay. Yep. Catherine, go on.
Yeah, I was on 78, and I've rewarded that for the visual impact and the abstraction of the human forms. But to take it into a higher level, I'd really love to see a bit more precision, because overall it feels like the intention is of precision up through the top, and as you follow around to the right, and then it sort of clusters in together where there's some overlapping, but there doesn't seem to be a purpose to that overlapping. It's not taking us to a place to see that. And then there's sort of another disconnect on the left-hand side, and it feels unexplained to me. And instead of looking at the beautiful continuation, I'm taken around, and then I stop, and then I start again and stop. So I just feel in terms of that sort of visual impact and harmony, it's not quite there to take it up a little further.
Yeah, and Amber, would you like to add to that?
I would just like to add to that a tiny bit. I just think that this was a little bit of a missed opportunity with the repetition of all of those hands. Had those hands all been slightly different, I think it would have made this piece so much stronger.
Thank you. Back to you, Steve.
We're just talking about a couple of points. I think we're very close to silver. I think having it irregular, as in the repetition of the arms, is to make it feel more organic. If it was perfectly placed, all of those arms, it would feel like it was an artificial creature. The eye keeps on drawing me in at the moment. I like the hands that they just have the 3 fingers and the thumb. It sort of, again, makes it otherworldly. I think there's enough there for me to believe it's a creature, and after just watching The Odyssey, it's like it feels like it belongs there. So,
All right. Can we rescore, please, judges? Okay. We remain at 79, so can we just rescore and decide whether it is a silver or a bronze? Hold on, just 1 second. Here we go. And bronze award 79. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. And we have a bronze award 76. Congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to speak to this one? Adam?
Yeah, an interesting concept by the photographer, sort of a different take on a flip or sort of moving objects around in the frame. It's not your standard kind of, where you're looking for that mirror. I feel that the image really leads us quite strongly into the middle of the centre, and that's probably where there's the least amount of information. So while I'm looking for the resolve, or that what we call the cookie or the resolution of it, it just doesn't quite elevate me up into that next level. But it's certainly an interesting concept.
Thanks for that. All right, we're just going to do a quick judge change. Catherine and Adam, thank you very much. We'll give you guys a break. And we'll bring back on Bex and Jackie, please. Next image, please. Okay, so we have an initial score of 81, a silver award, and a challenge from Amber.
Oh, this is just so delicious. I am on 93 for the richness of the colour, the textures, the composition. This is giving so much. This is so beautiful. Go and have another look.
All right, let's hear from Jackie, please.
I've scored at 77. I can see all that, and it feels like the slider has been pushed a long way to the right, and that's what happens with colours. They get more saturated, and the impact is there. But for me, I really want to feel a composition. I want to have my eye pulled through the frame and be resolved about something. I could see a squarial on the left. I'm listening to you as artwork sometimes gather strength by being up there longer, and you're able to enjoy that area on the left connecting to the right. So thank you. I'm listening, and I'll hear somebody else's comments too.
Bex, could we have your thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, I'm sitting on 80, silver. I'm thinking about coming up to distinction. For me, one of the things that first grabbed me, apart from this beautiful river that feels like it's going through the image and it's so easy to just move around, you get rewarded so much by all the different pockets of texture. And up on the top right, there's this texture that reminds me of like an old person's skin. Like it's really dry and cracked, and just brings that other 3 dimension to it. I see sort of fire and ice and mist and a lot of different things, and it's quite a electric image. It feels quite alive and electric to me. So yeah, I will be coming up to the distinction range. I'm listening.
Okay, back to you, Amber.
Really? Anybody else?
Anyone else want to add anything?
Okay. I'm glad that you see those too, Bex. And you see textures of an old person's skin, and I see textures down the bottom of snake skin. I just think that this is, it's just so full of character and richness. Jackie, I know maybe the saturation has been boosted from what the natural, I'm assuming that this is an aerial photograph, but if you have a look in there, nothing has been boosted so much that it's lost any of its integrity. There is detail in every single part of this image, and I feel like the compositional balance that has been achieved here is really beautiful. The lights and the kind of mistiness up the top is really well balanced by the strong contrasts down the bottom, and I would love to see this in a big print so that we could all just bathe in all that beautiful texture even more. 93, come on guys.
You heard her. Rejudge, please, or rescore. And silver award at 84. Good discussion there. Can we please have the next image? Okay, we have a silver award at 80, and Steve is going to challenge that.
Thank you. I scored this 87. For me, it's a study of unrequited love. The object of her affection is directly above her head. He's perfect, unattainable. The rain on the outside, the streaking on the windows is mirrored in the treatment on her face, which is also slightly streaky, slightly not perfect. And it's to the extent that the water is coming down and coming up from the bottom as well. It's so weighted on her. The food is prepared for her love to come and share with her. Everything's slightly disheveled because she's been waiting such a long time and being overwhelmed by the sadness that she's feeling.
Okay, Jackie, can we have your thoughts on this, please?
The longer this stayed up, I unfortunately kept finding sort of errors or things that I didn't enjoy. I scored at 72. I'm willing to listen, and of course I'm willing to listen. But the last thing was, why are the feet so red? Why are those feet so red? And it felt overlit for me. It felt like the tonal range could have been much more subtle. I don't get the story of unrequited love. I couldn't quite see what's in her hand. Is it a cup or it's a napkin? An apple? A half-eaten apple? Well, okay, yeah. Hasn't been started, so yeah. The interesting elements in here, it felt like there was just too much going on. Even the ocean floor, watery floor. It's ideas that are coming together, but they didn't gel for me. I'm sorry.
Richard?
I scored this 83, silver. Maybe the toner of her feet, because they're quite cold, they've been in that water, I don't know. There is some hard light there, but there could be a reason for that. I'm not getting the story that Steve's getting, and I don't find that we need to necessarily understand a story to score an image. You know, in terms of art, I feel like if we straight away understand a story, we move on from it. But if it holds you and you're trying to figure it out, that's kind of similar to some famous paintings in the Louvre, you know? That's mysteries for hundreds of years. So I found myself held by the image, looking around, trying to understand it, and I rewarded it with a silver because it grasped me. It held me there, looking and looking and looking. And my mind went all sorts of places, so I've rewarded it for that.
All right, back to you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. the more I look at it, the more I get it. I'm asking questions as well. Obviously, my narrative is just conjecture. I did think her feet were cold as well, and that's obviously why they're red. She is being swamped. You know, we're trying to get this sensation that something is coming in. She's pensively looking at an uneaten piece of fruit. Don't know what that means. But for me, it feels like there is longing that is being not met. Yeah, please reward the artist for their storytelling.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have Silver Award 82. Nice discussion there, guys. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a judge change. Richard, we'll give you a break and bring Craig back on, please. Next image, please. And we have a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to the photographer. Yeah, Amber, would you like to?
Congratulations on the Bronze Award. This is a lovely still life that's been put together with a lot of thought. I think in order to elevate an image like this, just be careful with very reflective vessels that you are putting your flowers into, because the highlight on the front of that vase is so bright, it sort of keeps drawing our attention away from all of those beautiful flowers. But otherwise, well done.
Thanks for that. Next image, please. And we have a score of 69. Yep. Craig, would you like to speak to this one?
I think the colour palette in this is really lovely, and the sense of movement is great as well. It seems quite indistinct around those edges, and for such a burst of energy, I think if we could get sharper lines and cleaner lines, that would help you elevate this image.
Thanks for that, Craig. We're just going to do another judge change. Amber, we'll give you a break, and Mika, we'll bring you back on, please. And next image, please. Okay, we have a silver award at 84. And we have a hand from Craig.
We need one more point to get this into the distinction range, and I really think it belongs there. I'm actually on 88. I think the colours present here are absolutely exquisite, and I think that, you know, if we're going into the whole pareidolia thing again, there's some kind of pig-like, angry, fire-breathing monster in the middle, which I find really fascinating, and I feel like I could just explore all of that detail for ages and ages and ages and still keep seeing new things and coming up with new stories to this. You know, the blue and the purple and the colour is just gorgeous. I think we should be in distinction range for this one.
All right, let's just hear from Bex first, please.
Yeah, I scored this in 80 at silver. Excuse me. I actually, the first thing I saw was, I think it's called a bearded lily, which is it's the lily with the, anyway, I won't describe it, but it's because I won't do a very good job. But that's what I saw, and the detail is fabulous. I felt that the bottom with that big red part. Just pulled me down, pulled me away from that beautiful centre in there. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm keen to hear what other people have got to say about this.
All right, let's hear from Mika.
Yeah, I scored this 84 and I underscored it. I believe it is a macro photograph of paint and perhaps milk. And I think the real skill in this, if that's what it is that sharpness from edge to edge, which is very difficult with a macro lens and very difficult if you're very close up. I'm not sure that that's what it is, but I don't really mind. But if it is, then I think that's really skillful. I like the glitter effect throughout the whole thing. I love that contorted face in the centre, and I think the darkness down the bottom is necessary to anchor that face to the bottom. I love how the streams go up into the top area. It's beautiful. The colour is beautiful. I think the composition is excellent. So yeah, I'm coming up, and I'm glad that it's been challenged.
Jackie, did you have anything to add? You're up there as well.
I was on 87 and I just concur. Well done. Silver distinction.
Alrighty, back to Craig.
Okay, again, I don't think I can do a better job at wrapping up than Mika, so we'll leave it there. It sounds like we've got what we need to get it to distinction.
Alrighty, guys, rescore. Thank you. And well done. We have a silver distinction, 87. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Okay, initial score is 86, silver distinction. And we have an automatic challenge from Steve.
I scored this 91, and it's complicated, but it really evokes this person being lost in a an environment which is threatening, incomplete. I think the character has earphones on or earmuffs or something. And I'm wondering if they are lost in a narrative, if they are so immersed in a foreign world that they are disappearing into it. I love the textures, the tonal range, the splashes of red feel sinister and threatening. And I think it's very memorable. It will stay with me. I think it's an exceptional piece of work.
Okay. Jackie, you're on the lower end.
Okay. Jackie at 83. And this was, for me, I just wanted to get out content aware fill in the rest of the space. You know, I wasn't... I couldn't bring a resolve to why it was ripped so well, so much like that, and how that would come out and be presented on a wall in a kind of way. Also, the figure is the only part of the image that hasn't got movement in it. It felt a little bit like it was not living in that space, where everything else is just a bit soft. I almost felt I needed 3D glasses, and maybe that's a good thing. So I'm listening to why she, in her skin, she's so much detail, yet the rest of the image is sort of got not artifacts, but it's got movement and stuff like that in it.
Okay, how about Mika?
This to me is a dream state, and even before I went up and was able to view the figure closely and even the detail closely, what I thought immediately was, this feels like some kind of transfer of some kind of alternate process where you roll something or place something down, and it's not, I don't think it's supposed to be perfect, because I think it's contributing to the surreal nature of this. And I don't know that it is supposed to be displayed on a wall. I think it's, really inviting us in as a picture, as an illustration of feeling lost and feeling, surreal and that dreamlike state when you have a dream and some things are sharp and some things are not. On the right hand side you've got the transfer mirroring kind of like not quite clear situation. I've had dreams where you just feel lost, you just feel weird and surreal and nothing, and the colour of it I think really emphasises that discomfort, that just feeling. I've got Alice in Wonderland written down. I just feel like it all kind of ties in, if that's the message that the photographer is trying to portray.
Okay, back to Steve.
Yeah, Jackie, I think she's the only real part of the image, and that's why she pops out and is slightly distinct, and she's surrendering to this story and to this journey, and she's so immersed in it. I think everything around her is like ethereal and moving, and she is this static. It's the moment of transition between reality and her imaginary world that she's disappearing into, and I think everything's being revealed slowly. That's why it's incomplete. I think it's brilliant.
Okay, judges, please restore. Okay, we have a gold award at 90. Congrats to the photographer. Okay, next image. So we have an 85 here, silver distinction. Congrats to the photographer. Can I get a comment from Craig?
Yeah, I think this is a really, really beautiful. The texture coming through that looks like scales or like binary becoming organic at the bottom with that blue tone. I actually would really love just a tiny little bit more of that blue at the bottom. I think that would really kind of give us the enjoyment of seeing that transition of colour.
Okay, next image, please.
All right, we have a bronze award, 78. And Jackie's going to challenge that.
I will, because I did. I went to 82, and I think it was just an emotional something going on here that was, I just delighted in the tone of greens and the silvery yellows. There was parts of the image that I didn't understand, which was some things on the bottom, on the floor, but I think they're just all part of this girl's life. I went to 82. Maybe as it's sat here longer, you might start to appreciate it a little bit more. That joyfulness of all those balloons up there on the ceiling pulling her up.
Okay, Mika, could we have your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I scored this 73. I also appreciated the lightness of the balloon and the lightness of the room and the positioning of the girl. It feels very weightless and enjoyable. I think the things that I was asking questions about were what's on the floor, why is it on the floor? I can't actually make that out, and perhaps that's the size of how big of a space it's taking up. It seems very important because of the light reflecting of it, but I can't make out what it is. And the brightness on the wall behind her is taking my eye behind her instead of to her face, which is in shadow. And the way that the balloons are cropped off at the top, I'm just questioning why. There's a lot of questions that I have that I feel it's just not resolving for me, but I think there's a lot of skill involved. I'm just querying the if there's a narrative, because I think there is. I'm not able to get it, so I'm hoping someone can resolve that.
Bex, could you enter the discussion, please?
Yeah, I set this on 80 at silver, and for me it just, I think about being a little girl and having the balloons and just thinking you can fly, and that if you had enough balloons you can just fly, and how good and how beautiful and how magical, and that kind of fantastical magical feeling. So for me it was an emotional response that lifted my score into that silver range. There is a lot of unresolved story there, which again I also don't know, and the shadow of the balloons on the back wall isn't really matching the balloons. So there's definitely some things in there that are unresolved for me, but it was that emotional impact that brought me into the silver range.
Yeah, back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, so I'm asking you to go into this fantastical, magical journey too, because that's why I went there. That was an emotion that I connected with. And the unresolved elements, I think they can be deliberate because it makes you stay with it and ask questions that aren't always resolved. she's somehow magically floating, and I feel she's floating, and that's what went, yes, this is a silver for me, and all those things that we've talked about that are unresolved are part of the magic, and we don't always understand it.
Thanks for that. Let's rescore, please, judges. Good convo, guys. We have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. And we're just going to have a judge change. Steve, we'll give you a break. And Dedrick, can we please bring you back on? Next print, please. Image. Okay, we have a silver award at 83, and Mika is going to challenge that.
I love this piece as an abstract art. I think that the texture, the colours, there's so much detail in this photograph, and I think initially I wanted to see something in it, but I don't think it's necessary. So I'm enjoying it as an abstract with all of the complexity of the painterly quality. When you go up close, it is like a painting. It's like an oil painting, and that's just so enjoyable. And it has energy. It has movement. I've scored at 87, and I'd love to hear from some of you.
All right, let's hear from Bex, please.
I scored this an 80. I will be coming up a few points. For me, I see nature and animal joining in this piece. So a fish tail skeleton and coming out. So when you go into the image, there's this fossil-like feeling of merging in with the earth. And I think that connection is what this is all about, that connection between the feeling of, animal fish life and earth and being worn, and it's old and it's dry and it's, it's had a hard life. And I think that that's the beauty of this. So I will definitely be coming up.
Craig, do you have anything to add to that?
Nothing to add. I was on 84 and I'll come up too.
All right, back to you, Mika.
I don't think I have a lot of negatives to respond to, but I guess I just want to encourage you to really inspect the detail, the way that, like as Bex said, that nature and art are intertwining here. There's so much detail. It's amazing. I don't think you could paint this better if you tried, and it's nature's amazing, beautiful artwork, and there's softness, there's crunchiness, there's in all the right places. I think it's a very beautiful piece of art. So I'm on 87, and I encourage you to score it as such.
Rescore, please, judges. Well done. We have a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. All right, we have a bronze award, 76, and Jackie is going to challenge that.
I've given it 83, and it's kind of like an eat my heart out sort of moment with this spoon. And I mean, the heart is so well lit and meaty and like face-like and all of those things. The things that maybe have held you back are the highlights. There's some bright areas there that ping, but maybe they're the things that give it energy. I'm asking you to see this as a portrait, not just as a still life, but the neck piece is silver chain. It's regal. There's something else going on here, and I think that's what brought me up into that silver range.
Okay, could we hear from Bex, please?
I scored this 70, and honestly, I'm pretty comfortable there. I was questioning what was going on. Why is the velvet in the background? The lighting I do find quite harsh and not sort of supporting the image or giving you any more emotion. I don't have an emotional impact from it either. And questions around why is there flowers? I actually thought it was on a platter, so you've brought the necklace to it. Yeah, again, a missed opportunity there. I think if the lighting and narrative and background, there was just a bit more story and a bit more careful lighting, it could have been quite a wow factor. So,
Yep, Mika.
I didn't see the portrait. I like that interpretation. The question that I have, if it's a portrait, is why the cheapness of the necklace and the cheapness of the flowers. The lighting makes them look plastic. So I appreciate the analogy of the portrait, but I'm just not 100% sure that was that's what I'm getting from it. But I do like that analogy, so I'm listening.
All right, Jackie. Write a reply.
I thought you said cheekness then. Yes, a very cheeky photograph. That meatiness of the lighting, and that's giving that the contrast of flesh to a man-made. And the velvet there is because it's regal. This is a regal portrait. Maybe just needed a little bit more space around it, and it would have been in the 90s for me. I thought that there's so much potential. There's just a few highlights that are just sort of pulling it down in space, but it got me there. So I'm on 83. That's it.
Okay, rescore everyone, please. And bronze award 76. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a judge change. Jackie, we'll give you a break, please, and bring Roger back in. Next image, please. and we have a score of 72. Mika, would you like to speak to this image?
The photographer's done a great job of creating something that has energy and excitement and movement, and for that, I think that's been done really, really well. The things that I think could lift this into a higher scoring category are just addressing the areas of brightness at the top and the area of darkness bottom left. I feel like those things are, really taking away from that energy and vibrancy and causing the viewer to look in places that are not the most rewarding places to look.
Thanks for the feedback, Mika. All right, we're just going to have another judge change. Bex, we'll give you a break and bring Catherine back on, please. Next image, please. And we have a bronze award, 76. Yep, congratulations, photographer. Diedrich, do you want to chat to that one? Give some feedback?
I scored this 85. I love it. I love the simplicity of the content, the lighting sublime, the way everything kind of blends into from one color into the next. Tonal range is amazing. I love the crop, the composition. The lights almost, getting illuminated from inside out. I think it's quite magic. And I was kind of sitting on the fence at 85, hoping somebody was going to try and talk me up a little bit.
All right, are you challenging?
Sorry?
Are you challenging, taking the challenge?
I can't change, can I?
You can take the challenge. Are you taking the challenge to bring it up, to talk it up?
Yeah.
Yeah? Alrighty. Okay, so let's hear from Roger. You're down the other end.
I scored this 70. Why did I score it 70? I thought... I'll just wait for the clapping to go. Various issues. The main one, I suppose, was not being quite sure where my eye was supposed to rest. The lightest part of the image was where it kind of ended up with, but equally it competed with that area of brightness in the lower shadow there as well, but neither of them were that interesting or rewarding. So then I danced around the image and I come up to the top where, why have they cropped it there? Is that a mistake? Seems, yes, I wasn't quite sure. My eyes been drifted off there. I saw all the things you saw in terms of the lovely transition in colours and tone. I just didn't think there was enough there creatively to take me up, really.
Okay. Yep, Craig, would you like to have some chat?
I'm on 76. I definitely think this is deserving of an award. I'm pretty comfortable with it at a bronze award for most of those reasons, I think. Roger, the crop really for me is the problem. If this was taken, the bottom third was removed, a little tiny bit off of the right, and including those last petals at the top of the frame, this would be something really gentle and soft and ethereal with a beautiful colour transition, and that highlight would really become the point that you rest, I think. With that heaviness at the bottom, it competes a lot. So with a crop, I think this could be hugely elevated. As is, I do think it's deserving of a bronze award.
All right. Back to you, Diedrich. Write a reply.
I think we're missing the point. I don't think we need to have a specific point of view. I think within the image, that is. I think the whole idea here is that you could blow that up the size of the wall, hang it up on your wall, and get lost in it forever. It's very peaceful, very tranquil, mesmerizing almost. You know, you can actually lose your train of thought just looking at that. You don't have to have an opinion or a point of view. It doesn't have to tell us anything. I find it a very calming, very enjoyable image. And I love the square crop, and compositionally it's slightly awkward, which is what makes it perfect. I think it's a silver, at least.
Okay, everyone, please rescore. Deirdre, can you just hit enter on your...
Not doing it. Tap it again. Do it that way. Thank you.
All right, we have bronze award at 79. So because it's on the cusp, we just need to decide if it is bronze or silver, please. And sorry?
What do we do now? How do you do that? Oh, I see. Okay. Second. Right, thank you.
And it remains a bronze award at 79. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we just have another judge swap, please? Craig, we'll give you a break and bring Adam back on. And next image, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 78. And Adam is going to challenge that.
I think what I'm rewarding in this image, first of all, is a unique viewpoint that can take you in and out of reality the more you look at it and the more you want to explore it. First, I questioned the bottom of the image, and that's kind of what gave me the grounding as I was over the top of a natural environment. And there are parts that you can go and look around and lead you through that. And then there's almost like this Escher-like quality in the middle. And it feels constructed, yet it feels real, and then it looks again, and you're looking at another perspective. So what I'm rewarding as a low silver at 82 or a mid silver is just the different perspectives and how they've been arranged, and that built environment against the natural environment, and how they sit together in here is really an exploration here. So I'd love to have a chat about it.
All right. Let's hear from, Mika.
I scored at 78, and I love the top half. I love the Escher-esque look. I love the blue of the shadows, the texture, the detail, the weirdness of that human that you almost have to, like, you really have to investigate what is that person doing. Are they doing a handstand? Like, the shadows make it look really contorted, and I quite enjoyed that, especially since I'm a huge fan of Escher. However, I did feel that the bottom half was not entirely necessary. I feel that I'm getting lost, or I'm just not being rewarded for half of the image. And while I looked to see if there was anything that would necessitate its existence, I ended up deciding that I don't think, apart from grounding it and giving it a sense of what you're actually looking at, I'm just not rewarded by half of the image. So that's where I'm at.
Yes, Catherine.
I was on 78, and to be honest, I had almost instant regret because I do feel it belongs in a silver. I think that bottom half of it, that abyss, that feels like the point that gives us scale. And it gives us that awe-inspiring sort of sense of scale. I think without that, that top part sort of loses its meaning, and it loses that sort of overhanging feeling that it has. I do feel that when you look at that, there's almost a discomfort in that top crop, but then you sort of sway, like you look at it and your head sways down that image and then goes to the abyss, but then that brings you back up to the top again. It's innovative and curious in its perspective, and I enjoy that.
All right, back to you, Adam.
Yeah, thank you for those words about the abyss. I actually felt, because from looking at it back here and without getting the context of what that abyss was, I almost felt like it was hanging from the top. Like I was looking at something, and that was the gravity, that was the space where everything was threatening to sort of fall on top of the. And it's not until you get up and go, oh, okay, and that's when you get that cleverness in the confusion of the perspective, and that even mirrors in the top because it sort of changes again, that perspective. So I'd love to see it come up into a low silver, just to, as Catherine said, to reward that sort of creativity and that interesting perspective that we're getting throughout the different areas of the image and how it all sits.
All right, judges, rescore, please. Well done. We have a silver award, 81. Good discussion. Congratulations to the photographer. Now, Mika, we'll give you a break and bring Richard back on, please. Next image, please. And we have a silver award, 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Yep, and Adam is going to give us some feedback.
Yeah, the light falls in all the right places, and there's a real energy about the stationary food, and the way it circles around, and the background really integrates with it and takes you around and around the image that further enhances that energy. There are a couple of little bright spots, perhaps down in the material at the bottom, and then perhaps in the other way in the vignette that kind of just take you away from where you go. But there's certainly a great energy created right throughout the frame.
Thanks very much. And next image, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 79, and Roger's going to take the challenge.
I gave this 87, so maybe I'm an outlier. I think this is original. I think this is quite thoughtful. The words I wrote down were, it's got a miserable, menacing, emotive aspect to it. It's got those tentacles. It's got those wonderful curves. And it's one of those images, the longer I spent with it, the more I could see. I could see claws in there. I could see faces. I could see animal parts. And yet it's just got a sort of graphic, compositional, artistic quality about it. When I first saw it, I thought it was one image that had just been chopped, but I don't think what it is. So knowing that, it all fits together really quite perfectly, really, which means it's deliberate and thoughtful. I think it's worthy of more than a bronze, and I put it into 87. I certainly think it's worthy of at least a silver, so let's have a chat.
Richard, could we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I had this at 76 bronze, and it could be maybe I'm not seeing so much of the abstract side of things, but rather for me it's something I think I recognise. I can't be 100% certain, but we do have a lot of eels down the back of our house, and you throw on a bit of food, and that's the chaos that occurs. And it looks to be something, it does to me look to be freshwater eels with a slightly long exposure. But in saying that, I can't see any faces in there, so I could be completely wrong. But my questioning was around why it has been spliced into 5 different images. So, it's an interesting concept, but I'd like to hear more about it.
Would anyone else like to add? Yep, Catherine?
It's not so much something to add, but what Richard has said about the splicing, I think that the segmentation of those hard lines is actually quite jarring in the curvaceous content, and that's what's holding me at 78.
All right, back to you, Roger.
Well, I haven't seen much of eels up close, so there you go. Every day's a learning day. I think in terms of presentation, we need to give the photographer the benefit of the doubt. For me, the separation allows it to be one image and yet several images all at once. I can certainly see, I guess I come from it from a completely naive point of view, so I don't see it as eels, but I just see it as shapes which I then interpret. But I can certainly see eyes. Now, that second image down could be an elephant eye. The third image eye looks like a tusk with an eye beside it, and then you got who knows what. And so I love that about it, and I want to reward that. It's just got a lovely sensuousness to it, as well as the edginess. It's an unusual image. I don't think I've seen one quite like this, so I think it's worthy of a silver.
All right, rescore, please. And we are still at a 79. So we need to review this one, guys. You just need to decide if it is a silver or a bronze, please. And bronze award, 79. Congratulations to the photographer. And we're just going to have a switch. Deirdre will bring you off and bring Amber back on, please. Next image, please. All right, we have a silver award, 81. And Catherine is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this 88. This feels like a real, the overtaking when a structure returns to nature. And this is the moment when it's about to be completely overrun. You know, you're still seeing the columns and the structure standing there, but all the branches and everything is wrapping around and dominating the structure that sits there. The palette is, sort of sectioned into the yellows, the blues, and then these monochromatic sections of black and white. And then I feel like that face that we're sort of seeing in that white part, the closed eyes, it almost feels like there's the soul of the place that I feel in that face. It's quiet and soft and gentle. And for that, I'm awarding it a silver distinction.
Thank you. Amber, can we hear from you, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine. I'm on a 72, and I'm really struggling to find the awards worthiness in this image. For me, it feels just chaotic and not intentionally put together, and I feel like there's so many little bits around the image that have got these unusual colours happening in them, and to me that feels like it's the result of some blending layers that I don't understand the purpose of why there's those like bright colours, and it's confusing to me compositionally. I'm just struggling.
Okay. Can we hear from maybe Adam, please?
I'm right in the middle on 81 for exactly both the reasons. I really enjoyed what you said, and even the eyes sort of brought another dimension. I really love the three-dimensionality of the image, how everything seems to wrap around it, and then the colours and even really enhance that, and the transitions between those areas I find quite well. Some of the colour does jar me out a little bit, and that's probably why I'm not up high at 88 as well, because there are parts of the colour where I'm just pulled away a little bit. But I still think that in the low silver, to reward that real three-dimensionality, it's almost touchable, and even I feel like there's parts where it's not just the actual objects, it's the shadow of the object on the building that sort of comes into it, and I think that's the part that's been really well handled in the image. So I'm in low silver, and I'm listening.
All right. Richard? Yep, you got something to add?
Yeah, I'm up there with Catherine at 86, silver distinction. And for me, it's more fascination and intrigue, and I actually enjoyed my journey around the image. The colour palette I want to mention first, it actually reminds me of the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo, God with Adam. There's those blues and those tans, and I think it's quite stunning. If I wanted to go really deep, and I don't usually, when we're doing this, but for me, in terms of art history, we've got these Roman sort of architectural designs, which were very much based against nature, and it was more about geometry and the crystals that are found under the ground, until Gothic architecture came in, which was based on nature. And here we have nature taking over this old form of architecture. And of course, being that Gothic nature, it was all about that Christian realm, and it's kind of creeping in. And then when you pointed out that eye, that all-seeing eye, it started to develop, and I know it's my own little narrative, but it's one of fascination, and I think it's a really striking image, so I awarded it at 86.
All right, Catherine, back to you.
It would be hard to pinnacle what you just said there, Richard. That is exactly what I see and feel from this. And Amber, your word was chaotic. That is the point. This is meant to be chaotic. There is so much to explore and discover, and you've got that synergy of the architecture and then nature overrunning. Go for silver distinction.
All right, rescore, please, judges. Well done. Silver distinction, 85. Good discussion there, guys. Next image, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 79. Roger, take the challenge.
I gave this an 83. I think I was just drawn to the simplicity and yet the exuberance of the image, really. And I think that the colours have been beautifully handled. The frame has been filled appropriately. And I think the choice of the mirroring technique has worked well in this particular case. It's the bottom chrysanthemum above the pink is round, I guess, and that actually is the right choice in my opinion. Look, I just think it's a sort of jaunty little image that's been well executed and deserving a bit better than a bronze.
All right, we've got Amber and Richard down the other end. Richard, join the chat.
I'm in at 75 for bronze. And yeah, I saw a lovely flower arrangement that's been mirrored. And as what happens with many mirrored images is things like faces and that can appear. But I think I was needing, to be into that higher awards realm, I was needing more of an emotional pull or narrative to take me there. Or some sort of extra innovation.
Yep, and Amber, you have something to add?
Yeah, I am more aligned with Richard on this one, although 1 point higher. And I think that when you're mirroring an image like this, it's a really good idea to have just 1 point of asymmetry in there to give us like a little, I hate to say it, but like just a little Easter egg or a little something else to break away from the really intense symmetry.
All right, yep, Catherine?
Yeah, just because I'm also in silver on 81, I feel that this is something that you enjoy more from a distance than close up in a lot of ways when you see that face. But the overall vibrancy and impact and those little floppy bits of parsley, that's the lovely little find in there that just adds to it. It's so close to a silver, I'd love to see it go there too.
All right, guys, let's rescore, please.
Catherine's done it better than me.
Sorry,
It was
Roger.
Look, there's extraordinary detail in it as well. It's energy, exuberance. Let's just find a point or two. Thank you.
Alrighty, rescore.
Playful.
Well done. We have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a swap. Roger, we're going to give you a break and bring Jackie back on, please. Next image, please. All right, we have a bronze award at 77. And Amber's going to take the challenge.
I really get a silver feeling from this image. I think that it's the irony of everything that you know would be sort of still and stable has got movement, and then the one thing that ought to be moving the fastest is the only still part of the image. Normally I really hate token birds in landscapes, but I quite enjoy this one.
Okay, let's hear from Jackie.
I scored at 71. The base image for me, I can see a merging of shapes and subjects against dark. That's I find lacks communication. The one bird is inconsequential, and I think it should not be there. It doesn't really belong in this multiple exposure sort of feel. But initially it was really about maybe exposure, and that one of those exposures should have, for me, dominated, and I'm a little bit confused about why the multiple exposure doesn't have that impact, and it should for me. Sorry.
Okay, in the middle, let's go to Adam, please.
Yeah, I think the bird is kind of the point, as Amber said, and I agree about token birds, but it kind of anchors the image and gives us that irony in a creative section where we've got control over everything. You could have created 1,000 birds and to replace that sort of thing, but they've chosen to go with one here. I too didn't. I have it right on the edge of highly commended, just up into silver, because of the fact that the figures that I really wanted to look into probably, as you said, are a little bit blocked in the tones down the bottom there, especially the one in the boat. And that's, I think it shows a chaotic nature, perhaps, that it's, it's creating something out of stillness, where we can, give it a bit of dynamism. I'm going to use that word again, but give it a bit of action and an interest. And so I don't think it's quite as successful as silver, but I'm really listening because I'm not far away.
All right, Amber.
I think just have one more look at him because it is quite silvery. I think it's like a little. It's really like a play on our experience of time, and I love the way that they have taken the token bird and left it in there. I can see that figure in the boat quite well. Like the face is standing out really well, but as you said, Adam, the point of the image is the bird being still and everything else being a little bit chaotic and having movement. I think it's a really, really clever and ironic image, and most certainly tastes like silver.
Alrighty, rescore, please. And we have a Bronze Award 78. Good discussions there, guys. Let's have the next image, please. Congratulations to the photographer. And we have a score of 73.
Oh, good Lord.
Amber.
Okay.
Take it away.
I've also given this one a silver. When I first saw it, I thought, oh no, that the turquoise dash on the right-hand side I thought was some kind of a glitch. But then when you get up there and you see it's almost like something has been sprinkled over the top of the fingers of that landscape, and I actually thought that it was really intriguing up close. There's a lot more detail and contrast on that right-hand side, but but I'm on 82. How about you guys?
Let's hear from Catherine.
I was on 70 with this. I actually really struggle to know what I'm looking at. And so you've said it's the fingers of the landscape. I interpreted something entirely different to you. I don't feel like I'm looking at landscape, so I could be quite off the mark. So I'm definitely willing to adjust my thinking. It feels like I'm looking more, not quite at abstract, but kind of. It's almost the in-between an abstraction and reality. And that's sort of, I'm too much in the looking at what I am looking at, and so it's not evocative of any feeling for me. And so I'm just wanting to hear and feel more from this image at this stage.
Okay, Adam. No, Catherine said it. All right. Okay. Back to you, Amber.
Okay. Well, to me, when I first looked at it, it looks very much like an aerial shot to me, and a mixture. I mean, we are in the creative category, so we're allowed to take liberties with compositing and putting things together. And I really like the way that this has been pulled together. I feel like we've got sort of an aerial ocean in the top there, and then it's almost like snow dripping down a mountain or icing dripping down a cake. I kind of love the intrigue of not knowing exactly what we're looking at, and I just think it's compositionally and really interesting and colourfully really interesting. So I'm on 82. Let's give it a few more points.
All right, rescore, please. And 74. That's some good feedback for the photographer. Thank you. We're just going to do a quick judge change. Richard will bring you off and bring Bex back on, please. And next image, please. And we have a bronze award at 77. Happy? Okay, going to take the challenge? No? Okay. Catherine, would you like to speak to this? Or Adam, do you want to speak to the...
There's an interesting concept. I like the idea of, the figure feeding the tree, feeding nature from books. I guess it's sometimes we get knowledge from nature, and this is nature getting knowledge from us. I find myself pulled away by the actual natural environment that's captured in the background more than I do in the natural environment that's actually captured. So those little dots or the insects or stuff that's captured pull me right away, because it's such a small area that the actual subject's in. I really want to be focused right in on that and get that narrative, because from the bottom up it starts quite well.
Great feedback, thank you. Next image, please. And we have a bronze award, 77. And Catherine's going to challenge that.
I gave it 82. I think a photograph like this is almost hard to see and feel in the creative category in some instances because it feels very portrait-like. But when you look at that expression and the bubbles and the sort of floating feeling and the little artifacts in the water floating up, and you can feel the hair drifting across, there's something in the expression in there that really does hold you in there and sort of anchors you down as the head is anchored down in the frame. So that's where I was rewarding that.
All right, and yep, Adam.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept because I feel like there's almost a disconnect between the character being in the water, like being surrounded by the water, and actually being in the water. And I kind of looked at the hair, and nothing felt wet on the person. Yet everything around her felt really wet. So it's an interesting concept. And the gaze again kind of just felt a little disconnected from the whole thing. Like again, and whether that might be the idea that she's not affected by the water and that's around her, but I just was a little confused from that. And again, the sort of weight of the image towards the bottom left with the space around. Yeah, just that's what held me out of silver. And
All right, Amber, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I was on 78 and not far away from you, Catherine. I think what originally kept me out of the silver range was the fact that one of her eyes is quite soft. And also, I feel like there's just something quite off-kilter about the crop and the placement of the subject's head within the frame. So if you're able to give me a little bit more of an understanding as to why that might be, then I think I could join you in silver.
Catherine?
Yeah, the softness through her eye, I mean, we are looking through water, so we are getting the distortion from the water, and then there's the artifacts and the bubbles that are coming across on that side. The face is interesting and intriguing, and she almost looks a little bit unwilling in a way, but I'm sort of connecting to that, and I feel the teenage angst in this. And there's a little bit of playfulness coming in there. There's something about the discomfort in that tilt that sort of pairs with the personality of this girl, and I'm rewarding it for that.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have a 79. So we go into review and just 79 or 80, bronze or silver. And we have a bronze award, 79. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to have a last judge swap. Adam and Catherine will give you guys a break and bring on Mika and Craig, please. Next image, please. And we have a score of 71. Could we have a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I think the colour palette and the detail in this are really, really lovely. I'm just struggling to see anything beyond a mirrored image of some flowers here. So exploring these concepts and introducing some narrative would probably help to lift your score.
Thanks for that. Next image, please. All right, we have a silver award at 81, and Craig is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I think this is really, really nostalgic and kitsch and very creative with a great little story here. I've scored at 88. I'd love to see it in the distinction range. I think that with this kind of flamingo looking in at this egg and then the egg shape matting here, I think that's a nice little repetition. But what I really love is the narrative that the bird is there encouraging the character within the egg, within the cage, to be set free. And the door is open, but they've chosen to stay. They look pretty comfortable and cozy, cuddled up in there. So I really love the narrative, and I think we could give it some more points.
Mika, we've got you down the other end. Could we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I scored this a bronze at 75, and I'm intrigued by the concept. I think it's unique. I think it's enjoyable. I really like the colour matting and the oval on the outside. The things that I was not coming along for the ride with were essentially all to do with the lighting. The lighting is taking my eye to places that are not rewarding the looking. So, for example, there's a bright area in front of the cage just to the left, and that's quite bright, and it's taking my eye there. The undercarriage underneath the wing, that's quite bright, and I just feel like there's just a little bit of finessing lacking that would have absolutely brought me up into the silver or silver distinction range that I'm not seeing.
Bex, you're up there with Craig. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, so I went straight in at 88, and for me, I've written words down like protection, new life, softness, maternal instinct, that gentle nudge of the flamingo against the cage is like an encouragement, but it's also this really softness of protection, that maternal feeling, the question mark of the neck as well, and that it's almost like a river coming down. I see lots of different things in there, but it makes you think, it brings you to the subject. Yes, there's a few little flaws in there that I could pick a few more out, but I think for me it's the storytelling that's being done really beautifully, and it's to be rewarded.
Thank you. Amber, you've got something to add?
Oh, I'm just hoping, Craig, that you can help me with this a little bit, because I'm on 77 and I really like the narrative that you've suggested to us. I'm struggling with how we completely lose all detail in the top of the egg there, where that just goes to full black, and also the lack of any sort of depth of shadow under the cage and under the flamingo's feet. It just doesn't feel sort of very authentic to me. And then there's also a brown leaf that's just behind the flamingo's beak, and the rest of the foliage seems like a dark olivey green, and I'm just so confused by the inclusion of that.
All right, Craig.
Yeah, I see the imperfections in this as intentional ones, really. I feel like this has got that kind of kitsch look that is very kind of cut out around the edges and pasted in. That's almost like it could be a decoupage piece on greetings cards or something like that. So I quite like that kind of cutout and the lack of shadows. I think that, for me, adds to the kitschiness. So that, I think, works really well. The loss of blacks at the top, again, I feel like this has been kind of like spotlit so that keeps us with the bird. Those highlights on the feathers, Mika, I'm not worried about at all. That's the natural colouring of a flamingo, so that doesn't worry me at all. I think we could definitely get this up a few more points, so I would love you to join me in silver with distinction, but every point counts, so let's give it some more.
Alrighty, rescore please. And we have Silver Award 82. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. All right, we have a score of 67. Mika, would you like to give some feedback to the photographer, please?
I think the real strength of this photograph is the joy of the colours, and particularly like both from a distance and close up. You know, that bold yellow and the blues, and the reds. They really have a vibrance. When you go up a bit closer and try to make sense of what you're seeing in the photograph, it becomes a little confusing, and I feel that giving us, the viewers, something to giving us a clue to interpret the image, whether it's about the emotion or the technique, just something that we can anchor ourselves to, I think that would really help.
Thank you very much. I have a little note here saying, yay, finished. So well done, everybody. Thank you to all the judges and everyone. You guys have been superstars. Just be aware other rooms are still going around us. And can we please have the creative finals judges, who are going to be Mika, Catherine, Craig, Jackie and Steve. If you guys can just meet at the finals room door waiting area, please. Thank you.
I bumped me.